Rafales and 3 attack subs for Navy. India adds muscle to Navy fleet. Massive boost for Indian defence. Namaste France, our top focus on 5 Live.
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of 5 Live. This is a very special broadcast we're bringing to you today between Delhi and Paris, where all the action is. Big bang defense deals to be announced by Prime Minister Modi when he lands there 2 days from now to be chief guest and guest of honor on the country's Bastille Day celebrations. Gaurav Sawant, my colleague, is already there with all the color, all the soldiers and all the flavor coming to you in just a moment. But first, as always, the headlines. Violence, clashes and explosions mar counting day for Bengal Panchayat polls. State governor says elections must be fought on ballot, not bullet. Torrential rains wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Bridges washed away, cars swept in deluge. At least 72 dead in Himachal rain rampage. India Today only channel on ground zero. Horrific collision in Ghaziabad on the outskirts of Delhi. School bus driving in wrong direction rams into an SUV. At least 6 killed, including 2 children, all 6 from a single family. Supreme Court rejects 3rd extension of Enforcement Directorate Director S.K. Mishra, but keeps door open for tenure extension only after special panel nod. 3 days to go for the launch of India's Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft to the moon. ISRO conducts a launch rehearsal by simulating the entire launch process. Big, proud day for India. Breaths held for a successful launch 3 days from now. In just 2 days from now, it's going to be a big bang Modi visit in the French capital of Paris. Everything that you're going to see happen there has to do with India's defense forces and everything that India is doing in Paris at this point of time. Look at these images that India Today's Gaurav Sawant has brought for us from the Champs-Élysées pathway in Paris this morning. Beautiful images of marching contingents. Gaurav is there with French and Indian personnel from the military, all preparing, all ready now for that wonderful Bastille Day celebration. We'll go across to Gaurav in just a bit. You're going to see his wonderful reports from Paris in just a moment, only here on India Today. But remember that the big bang deals that are going to be signed when Prime Minister Modi lands in Paris a couple of days from now, or at least announced, are something that was reported first here on India Today. A second deal for Rafale fighters, this time for the Indian Navy. The first was for the Indian Air Force, now for the Indian Navy. And an out-of-the-blue deal for 3 additional conventional attack submarines of French origin that will be built here in India. Are the 2 big-ticket deals that are all set to be announced by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron when the 2 meet in Paris just a couple of days from now. Remember that the Prime Minister is there as guest of honor for the country's Bastille Day celebrations. The flavor is military. The flavor is the armed forces partnership between these 2 countries. France is an old friend and ally of India. Many French items are currently in operational service with the Indian military forces. And new Rafales for the Indian Navy are going to be the next big ticket item that's on the agenda. And we're hearing that Prime Minister Modi will even announce it on this trip. Take a look at this report on Rafale deal 2.0.
The roar of the Rafale is being heard afresh in Indian airspace. 7 months after the Indian Air Force took delivery of the last of 36 Rafale fighters from India's original jet deal, it's the Indian Navy's turn to take a tryst with the French combat aircraft. What you're looking at is the marine version of the Rafale, operating off the French Navy's Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier. And the Indian government this week has provided advanced approvals to acquire 26 of this Rafale type to operate off the Indian Navy's 2 aircraft carriers, the INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya. The deal is moving super fast now, with an announcement likely this week when Prime Minister Modi visits Paris to grace the country's Bastille Day celebrations. The Indian Navy currently operates Russian MiG-29K fighters on its aircraft carriers, but has long been of the view that these jets are suboptimal for India's air defense and power projection needs. The Rafale was made to face off in field trials with the formidable American F-18 Super Hornet in Goa last year, before the Indian Navy concluded that the French fighter was the most suitable option. With the decks now cleared for negotiations and an announcement ahead in Paris, the Indian Navy finally gets the new generation marine jets it has been dreaming of. The Rafales for the Indian Navy will be largely similar to the types in service with the Indian Air Force, but with the addition of anti-ship weapons and sensors optimized for over-ocean operations. The jets, with a much greater range and weapon capacity than current jets in Indian service, will provide the Indian Navy with much-needed teeth in an ever-expanding sphere of influence in the Indian Ocean region.
India and France are all set to ink a deal on the purchase of 26 Rafale Marines for the Indian Navy. The Indian Air Force already operates 36 Rafale fighter jets, seen as state-of-the-art cutting-edge technology. The Rafale Marines, according to sources in the Indian Navy, performed better, according to sources, than the F-18 Super Hornets. The Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force are both keen on the Rafale Marines. 26 will be bought, 18 would be on board India's aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. 8 would be based at Indian INS Goa, at the base at Goa. The Rafale Marines will give a major edge to the Indian Navy. In Versailles, France, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Let's go straight across to Gaurav, who's with me in Paris. He's spent the entire day today with the Indian contingent, with French pilots, with French officers, all working together to make a very successful Bastille Day celebration. Gaurav, we're talking about that big Rafale deal, which is going to be the standout announcement when the Prime Minister of India lands in Paris, where you are, just a couple of days from now. What are you hearing from Paris about this big deal, Gaurav?
Tremendous excitement in the air. India and France coming together, celebrating 25 years of strategic partnership. And of course, when we talk about Rafale Marines, who better than the captain of Charles de Gaulle, the French aircraft carrier, with me on the broadcast. Captain Sebastian, welcome on India Today. How are you, sir?
Very good, very good.
So, you were in India earlier this year. You've been operating extensively with the Indian Navy. Tell us what's your sense right now when the Indian Navy and the Indian Armed Forces and the French Armed Forces will be together on Bastille Day.
It's very honor for us, because we were operating 6 months ago off the coast of Goa with Indian Navy and Indian Air Force. And today, being together for the 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership is very an honor for us. It's very powerful. It's a lot of meaning for the future.
It indeed is. I also want to understand from you the the power of a Rafale Marine, you know, as the captain of Charles de Gaulle, what can you tell us about Rafale Marines, sir?
Rafale Marine is a fully polyvalent aircraft between 4th and 5th generation of fighters. It's very adaptable. It has been adaptive for all this year, since 2001 for its first commission to today and for the future. It's a very evolutive, multi-role combat aircraft and very powerful. It's able to operate from an airbase or from an aircraft carrier, so it's very polyvalent.
So when you were in India, were the Rafale Marines on board the Charles de Gaulle? Were they a part of the exercise? Has the Indian Navy seen it, and what does the Indian Navy think of it in your view?
I don't know, you have to tell them, but yes, we had very interesting tactical partnerships between MiG-29 of the Indian Navy and the French Navy Rafale, and of course the Sukhoi 30 of Indian Air Force. It was very interesting to boost our tactical capacities or interoperability within this 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership.
It's the 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership. Captain, stay with me for a moment. We also have Captain Peer with us on this broadcast. And again, Shiv, Captain Peer is someone who's been to India, operated on board Charles de Gaulle on flight operations. Again, I'd like to understand from you the capabilities of the Rafale Marine in your view.
Yes, like the CEO said, it's a very, very polyvalent aircraft, so it can fulfill a very lot of missions and very long-range missions with lots of ammunitions, and it is self-sufficient because it's capable to do air-to-air refueling and so on. Well, that's why this aircraft is very important, and as the captain said, it's very evolutive. It's the Rafales of today is not the Rafales at the beginning. It has been enhanced. Its capabilities had been enhanced, and now it's very powerful aircraft.
Shiv, you understand aviation very well, especially Rafales. We've seen the Rafales in operation in Libya in 2011. Yes. We've seen the Rafales in operations in several other parts. So what role do we envisage for the Rafale Marines in your view? What roles do they play?
It could be either an offensive role for a deep strike versus ground targets. It could be also deep strike versus maritime targets. Like I said, it's very polyvalent. But it also can be a defensive aircraft to defend a point, to defend an area, to defend a task force, a naval force, for example. It's how do we use it in the French Navy, the carrier strike group.
Shiv, very extensive cooperation between India and France on Indo-Pacific, and that again is an area where the two countries intend to operate together a lot more. My conversations with the captain of Charles de Gaulle and the crew continues, but for the moment, over to you in the studio.
Gaurav, thanks very much. We'll keep coming back to you on this. Like I said, a deal for 26 brand new Rafale fighters for the Indian Navy is going to be a path-breaking thing also because, as Gaurav pointed out, that the Indian Navy will be the first foreign customer of the Marine Rafale. Apart from the Indian Air Force, many other countries have bought the conventional Rafale, but the Indian Navy will be the first non-French customer of the Marine Rafale, and that's a very important thing. Now, you probably may be wondering, viewer, what are the differences between the Indian Air Force Rafale, which is already in service? They began deliveries in 2020 and they completed deliveries last year. What is the difference between the Air Force Rafale and the Naval Rafale? Let me break it down for you just so we're all on the same page. Well, the Air Force Rafales, all 36 of them have already been delivered, like I said. The Navy Rafale, well, negotiations for that deal will start now with potential deliveries starting from around 2026. The deal will actually be signed sometime later this year or next year. Now, the Air Force Rafale is optimized for operations off runways. It takes off from normal runways on land. But the Naval Rafale has a stronger undercarriage and landing gear because it is intended to land and take off from carrier decks, and therefore it is substantially different in that respect. Now, the Air Force Rafale has a standard radar. The Naval Rafale has a radar that is optimized for maritime operations over ocean. The Air Force Rafale is intended for air defense and strike operations, and that's why it has those kinds of weapons. The Navy Rafale has all of those weapons in addition to anti-ship missiles. Very, very important because it has to perform those roles as well. The Air Force Rafale conducts normal landings on runways, but the Naval Rafale conducts arrested landings called trapping, where it has a tail hook which grabs onto arrestor wires on the decks of aircraft carriers. You've seen those images as well. I want to go across to our guests now, because what we've seen today, what we've reported today, and what's going to be announced by the Prime Minister just a couple of days from now is landmark by every stretch of imagination. Joining me live, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Chief of Staff of the 14th Corps and Director General Infantry of the Indian Army, Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, who's a veteran aviator himself, also former Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command. Vice Admiral Anup Singh is former Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command. A great pleasure to have all of you with me. Since we are talking about the Rafale, I will speak first to Admiral Sinha, who is a veteran fighter pilot from the Indian Navy, someone who has flown all manner of fighters, including the Rafale, if I'm not mistaken. Admiral Sinha, your thoughts today. Most people would have thought that this was unthinkable, but the Indian government going ahead and announcing very shortly a deal for 26 Rafale fighters for the Indian Navy, sir.
Thank you, Shiv, for getting me on your program. It was in 2001. I was Fleet Operation Officer and I had embarked the Charles de Gaulle. And that's the first time that the Rafale M was embarked on board, and first time that it participated in an operation in the Afghan war. And the day I saw this operation, I realized that it is technically very advanced aircraft, and Indian Navy at some point in time must look at this as an option. I gave that as a report, but I'm so happy today that the aircraft has been chosen, if the reports are right. There are one or two points I want to make. That similarity of the equipment, etc., as you rightly said, but other components, Shiv, 80% are sort of interchangeable with the land-based Rafale, and obviously 20% are specific to the marine Rafale. That is number one. The second thing is that it has to take off from on a ski jump on both Vikramaditya and Vikrant, and therefore the nose undercarriage and the other undercarriage, as you mentioned, are very strong. Secondly, when it lands, the aircraft has to come to a halt within a distance of about 80-90 meters from the trapping, as you mentioned.
Yes.
And therefore, the bang on the deck of the undercarriage is quite heavy, and therefore the whole airframe is a little bit different. I must tell you that the marine aircraft does not have a two-seater, but that is nothing new with the Indian Navy. We didn't have a trainer for the Seahawk, and it used to do traps landing, and I'm certain that our pilots will be able to crack that.
Amazing. And it's fun talking to someone like you, Admiral Sinha, because you've actually done this kind of thing. Most of us can't even imagine what this sort of thing is. It's scary to even look at how these jets land on that tiny little surface on a carrier deck. But Admiral Anup Singh, bringing you in on this as well, in many people's estimation, the Indian Navy is seen as the ignored service. Their priorities always come last. It looks like in Paris this time, the Indian Navy is in pole position. From Rafales to submarines, it's all about the Indian Navy, sir, in Paris.
And why not, Shiv?
Yeah.
It's all right to call us the silent service, but why not? And ultimately on Bastilles Day.
Yeah.
Where else? So as Admiral Sinha elaborated to you, this is perhaps the only deck-based fighter anywhere in the world which has been made of carbon composites. And the good thing about it is that it really fits the requirements that the Navy has on its two carriers at the moment, and whenever the third carrier comes up. The most important thing is that we do not operate carriers with catapults. The last aircraft carrier that we operated with the catapult was the old Vikrant. It became unsustainable because of its steam machinery, and that's how we changed over to ski jumps. Now, on a ski jump, to have an aircraft taking off from an aircraft carrier under constrained conditions when there is not enough wind, for example, you have to have a powerful enough and yet light enough aircraft. And imagine the Rafale just fits the bill. Also, another thing is that the Rafale, you'd be surprised to know, has a footprint on deck of just 10 meters, as against the MiG-29, which consumes 13 meters of length or wingspan. So it really does good insofar as space management in the hangar and on the deck is concerned.
Yeah.
And finally, the Rafale, apart from being, as I said, light compared to other aircraft of this size, is because this was perhaps one of the first aircraft, particularly deck-based fighters, which was made, whose airframe was made of carbon composites.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's made all the difference.
And it makes such a huge difference because not only does it make these aircraft lighter and more agile, but also perhaps more long-lasting. And remember, the Indian Air Force already operates the Rafale. The Rafales started arriving in 2020. The deliveries were completed in 2022, December, if I'm not mistaken. And so the Indian military already has about 2.5 years of experience in operating these jets. General Kulkarni, I know you don't belong to the Indian Navy, but you feel just as strongly on a day like today. Huge. This is huge because Rafale fighters, submarines, desperately needed. We all know what's happening as far as India's security scenario is concerned, and it looks like the government has bitten the bullet. Yes, there is an election less than a year away, but we are going to go ahead and announce it because when it comes to the armed forces, that's the priority.
Shiv, thank you very much. I think there's nothing like it. Nothing like it. To have a strong Navy makes India proud.
Yeah.
And that is the need of maritime security, maritime environment, where you find the constant, the area space management and the way the Chinese are not letting us on the, you could say, on the sea lanes of communication anywhere and everywhere. It's very, very important. And we have always seen French as the most dependable strategic partners. That's something which is very important. These conventional Rafale came in for the sky, and now you have the maritime Rafales along with the Scorpion, the repeat orders for 3 of them, the kind of the Exocet missile, the anti-submarine warfare. All of it is going to add tremendous amount, and that's the need of the hour. With France, Shiv, we've been all along. I think post-independence, whether it was the Mystère aircraft, or even if you see space, or you see communication, you see GSAT, you see all kinds of solar alliances, civil nuclear cooperation, blue economy and governance, cyber security, preventing cyber crimes, artificial intelligence, the exchange programs of students, everything with France. I think really we expect, as much as we got quantitative equipment from Russia, we got really technologically qualitative equipment from France. And there was nothing better than to have this kind of an arrangement, even engines for the helicopters, which are going to be there for the Air Force and the other.
This visit is all about defense. I mean, all the agreements that are going to be announced, all the pacts that are going to be signed are all defense and strategic affairs related, including, help with the nuclear facility in Jetapur. And that's the reason why there appears to be such a focus as far as the defense forces are concerned. It sends out a big message as well, because remember, over the years, the defense forces have had a common plaint of being ignored, of politics coming first, of other priorities coming before the armed forces. This time, on this Paris visit by the Prime Minister, it looks like a line has been drawn in the sand. I'm going to go back to my guests in just a moment. We were talking about the Rafale deal that's going to be announced in a couple of days from now when the Prime Minister lands. But just as some of our guests were also mentioning, it's not only Rafales. 26 Rafales for the Navy, but another deal that's all set to be announced is the acquisition of 3 more Scorpion-class submarines of French origin. Remember, India has already been building these submarines in India, in Mumbai, in fact, over the last 15 years. 6 of them have been made, and now India wants to build at least 3 more submarines on that production line. Here's a full report on that.
There's no sight the Indian Navy submarine arm loves better: the sight of a spanking new submarine entering service. These images of the last submarine to join, INS Vagir, in January this year. The submarine is a French Scorpion-class submarine, the 5th such boat to be built under license by India over the last 15 years. A 6th such submarine, named Vagshir, is currently undergoing sea trials and will join the Indian Navy in less than a year. The 6 submarines have all been built here in India at the state-owned Mazagon docks in South Mumbai. And now, after years in suspense, the Indian government is all set to order 3 more such submarines from the Indian production facility. The reason? Even with 6 new generation Scorpion attack submarines, the Indian Navy is still woefully short of adequate submarine force levels. The 3 new submarines are going to be ordered for another reason. With the production facility built at great cost and effort, completing the construction of 6 Scorpions, it would lie idle in the absence of more orders, squandering the know-how and talent India has infused in the enterprise. The deal for 3 additional made-in-India Scorpion submarines is likely to be announced by Prime Minister Modi on his visit to Paris this week, signalling a major boost for the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy currently operates a fleet of 7 aging Russian Kilo-class submarines, 4 German-origin Type 209 submarines, and 5 of the latest French Scorpions, all built in India. That's a total of 16 submarines, as against a force requirement of nearly double that number. In other words, the Indian Navy submarine arm has been operating thus far with half the submarines it requires to secure our seas and deter adversary forces from Pakistan and especially China. With the expertise gained over 15 years to build these submarines in India, the 3 new Scorpions will be substantially better than the 6 built already and will likely sport air-independent propulsion for much greater underwater endurance, the crucial and long required capability to fire India's BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, more advanced stealth features, a better combat management system, and a larger India-made component in the sensors and systems area. The black hole of submarine force levels will take years for India to sort out, but an announcement for 3 more submarines that can be quickly built in a hot production line right here in India is good news all around.
The 3 submarines that will be manufactured at the MDL once this deal is inked will be a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat and may just be used externally. Now, this would be a major shot in the arm for India's submarine building capabilities. At Versailles, France, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Let me tell you a little bit more about why this deal that's going to be announced by Prime Minister Modi a couple of days from now in Paris is so crucial for the Indian Navy. Now remember, India has already got 5 made-in-India Scorpion submarines currently in naval service. A 6th Scorpion built in India is scheduled to join the Indian Navy somewhere around March next year, so less than a year from now. India plans to build 3 more. That's the deal being announced now by Prime Minister Modi a couple of days from now in Paris, that India wants to order 3 more of these submarines that will be built at the Indian production line in Mumbai. That means the total Scorpion submarine fleet in the Indian Navy goes up to 6 plus 3, that's 9 submarines. It crucially helps to boost the dwindling submarine force levels in the Indian Navy, which has been a long-standing plaint of the service. These 3 new Scorpions, we are told, will have more advanced weapons and systems. They will also have air-independent propulsion, which gives them much more endurance underwater and keeps them more stealthy. Let's go back to our guests now to analyze and discuss the importance of this submarine contract as well that's going to be announced. Admiral Sinha, how do you see this deal? You know, I remember for a long time, Indian shipbuilding has been blamed for not learning many lessons. There was always a concern that with 6 Scorpion submarines built, okay, we'll go back to Admiral Sinha in just a moment. Admiral Singh, that question is for you. There was always a concern that this submarine production line in Mumbai would lie idle after these 6 submarines were built. It's a good thing and perhaps very, very timely that the Indian government has decided to bite the bullet and go ahead and order 3 more submarines so that this line doesn't go to waste.
Absolutely, Shiv. It is just in time, as they say in industrial jargon. Thank God that the art of constructing submarines indigenously, even under license from the naval group in France, has just come in time. What had happened, if you remember, in the early 90s, when the HDW contract had to be foreclosed because of a problem,
yes,
insofar as financial dealings was concerned, we nearly lost the art of at least the skilled manpower.
Yes.
Because there was such a long hiatus, and it had such a debilitating effect on our force levels in submarines. For years together, we didn't get anything else, and those were the most modern submarines at that time. By the way, all four are still in commission.
Yeah.
Thanks to Indian capability of maintaining things with jugaad and otherwise. And can you imagine the first of them, Shishumar, is 37 years old.
Amazing.
Nobody in the world runs submarines of that age. The same is the case, the first Kilo class, the Sindhu.
Yeah.
Both these submarines, one in Germany, one in Soviet Union, were commissioned in June of 86. So one of the main reasons for commissioning, for asking for minimum 3 more is this. And the second reason, equally important as you spelt out, is to keep the art of constructing indigenous submarines alive. So before Project 75 India finally comes in, I think it's not too far away, and that will actually involve transfer of technology in its truest sense.
Absolutely. Admiral Sinha, you know, the dwindling force levels of our submarine fleet has been a long-standing problem. You know, whether it is, like Admiral Singh pointed out, not making use of our production lines, you know, various other political compulsions and issues, abandoning earlier programs, lack of long-term planning, etc. India at current estimates has about roughly half the number of submarines that we are supposed to have, as per the sanctioned strength. So in light of all that, this is good news, isn't it, sir? 3 more submarines is the minimum that we can do as far as France is concerned.
Shiv, I'm glad you brought this point out. And as Admiral Anup Singh mentioned, the advantage with these 3 more submarines, which the production line is being opened, is the fitment of the DRDO-built air independent propulsion, AIP.
Yeah.
Earlier, the French were not very happy to certify the fitment and its usage, but now the French have agreed that they will actually carry out the trial with the AIP fitted, and that will give the sea legs, the longer sea legs to the submarines. And therefore, the shortage that you're talking about, some of it will get sort of nullified by the submarine remaining on task for a little longer. So I think that it's a very good thing to happen. And you mentioned about, it's all about defense, from the time Prime Minister Modi has come to power become the Prime Minister, his government, all foreign policy, issues, they're all based around developing the science and technology in India, and also getting the technology from outside in very niche areas where India did not have the capability. For example, the jet engine. For example, now the Rafale. For example, the MQ9, MQ18. So I am saying that the foreign policy of the present government, particularly of Prime Minister Modi, he has built that environment where he makes other countries, to come down to the requirements of our armed forces, make the country strong, make the country Atmanirbhar, as they call it. But at the end of it, transfer of technology and a stronger country. So I think that we are moving in that direction. And Admiral Anup Singh mentioned about 75 India. As you know, that the two shipyards have been shortlisted, MDL and L&T.
No, it's very interesting. It's very interesting, Admiral Sinha, that you mentioned foreign policy and how things have been, very, very aligned under this government as far as, getting these new crucial technologies that have eluded India so far. Before I come to General Kulkarni, quickly want to go across to Gaurav in Paris, because he's at the place where this parade is going to be happening. Gaurav, wonderful pictures behind you, I can see.
Shiv, these indeed are, it's the French Army, the French Navy and the French Air Force personnel who are carrying out their training for the Bastille Day parade, and India today has been given exclusive access to this training that's currently underway. So right behind me, incidentally, are the submariners and the Marines. The one behind them is the crew of the Charles de Gaulle. They will all be a part of the Bastille Day parade, and they say that they are privileged that the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, they're a part of this parade. Incidentally, we just spoke to the captain of Charles de Gaulle and certain other ships, and they said that they had carried out joint exercises with the Indian Navy and with the Indian Air Force, and they said unprecedented level of cooperation is taking place. Again, as far as the submarines are concerned, of course, France now operating, especially with Charles de Gaulle, their nuclear submarines, but they are saying Scorpions are the best that they can think of as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, Shiv. Again, when you look at these personnel who are carrying out these exercises, this training for the Bastille Day parade, they said that they were actually impressed with the kind of training that the Indian Armed Forces, their drills, their parade, extremely impressive. With me again is a young mariner, and I want to talk to some of them. Shiv, of course, okay, now they're joining the parade, so they were waiting to talk to us about their experience in India. The crew of Charles de Gaulle, they were in India, and they spent considerable time in Goa, not just for the exercise but also for the fun that they had there, Shiv.
Gaurav, we're going to be playing out all those conversations you had with them, so our viewers will miss nothing. Don't worry about getting them live. I know it's difficult. You're standing there while there's a lot of movement around you, while all these soldiers are practicing. We've enjoyed those live pictures, but don't worry about it. The stuff that you've already filed, we're going to be playing out right after this very short break. Gaurav will continue to be with me, but I'm also going to tell you why the Prime Minister's announcements on these two big defense deals in Paris a couple of days from now is a huge break in history. It's a milestone, it's a landmark, and I will explain to you why I'm using those big words right after this.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals, it heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
While this diet soda can be your once in a while sort of an alternative if you're having a craving for a sugary drink, this certainly isn't healthy. This is not your alternative to sodas, to regular sodas. Diet sodas have their own set of problems. So if you feel like having an iced drink, go for the old-fashioned drinks. Have water, have milk, for example, also fresh fruit juices, not the ones that come in a Tetra pack.
The other problem here is aspartame. Diet sodas contain this ingredient associated with anxiety. The US Food and Drug Administration approved aspartame as a sweetener in the year 1981. When consumed, aspartame becomes aspartic acid. When consumed, aspartame can have the potent effect on the central nervous system, says the study. Now, this study that followed more than 1 lakh adults for about a decade is among the largest to date to identify cardiovascular health problems associated with sugar substitutes. Overall, artificial sweeteners were associated with increase in cardiovascular disease.
There have been question marks about safety of artificial sweeteners since the beginning, and there were some studies which show increased cancer with the saccharin, and subsequently number of other studies have been done which show that there may be some risk. But overall, if you take artificial sweeteners in limited amount, once a day or maybe twice a day for a limited period of time, it is not going to do any harm. But recent data show that if it is taken for a prolonged period, they increase risk for heart disease as well as stroke.
So if white sugar is completely out, artificial sweeteners not your best option, what must be your alternatives then?
The best replacement of refined sugars are dates, jaggery, honey, dried fruits like dried apricot, plum, peaches, figs, and many more.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
Nature's fury. Monsoon mayhem. Man-made tragedy. Call it what you want. We have used these headlines many times over the last few years. Met Department scientists are pointing to the convergence of two weather systems, an unusual western disturbance and the normal monsoon winds. The result is this. Himachal Pradesh got 1,200% more rainfall than normal between Saturday and Sunday, and the deluge is continuing. Trucks and buses that weigh thousands of kilograms are swept away like toys. Bridges made of steel and concrete that survived decades of toil, carrying millions of vehicles, are falling apart. Modern highways are giving way in the face of landslides and floods. Houses are destroyed. Hundreds are stranded.
The flood water has entered the ground floor of these houses, but some residents are still living in these houses, just watching the damage caused to their properties.
Mandi, Manali, Kullu, all tourist hubs are badly affected.
यहाँ पे पहले आधी पार्किंग गई थी, अब पूरी चली गई है और अगर ये खार ऐसे लगती रही तो सारा के सारे बाजार को खतरा है। आगे हमारी बिल्डिंग्स भी हैं।
अभी भी सेफ नहीं है ये जगह, क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से पेड़ भी गिर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, रिवर बेड जो वो काट रही है, और तो सेफ तो जगह नहीं है ये बिल्कुल भी ना।
The government has advised citizens to stay indoors. What is unfolding in Himachal Pradesh is being described by experts as an extreme weather event. Something we have been seeing frequently in the last 10 years and could see more of in the coming years. Frequent floods, landslides, cyclones are a reminder that climate change is real. There is no denying it. With Manjeet Sehgal and Ashutosh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Viewer, the upcoming announcement of deals for more Rafale fighters and submarines for the Indian military this week is not just any routine announcement by India in Paris. India has been a massive importer of weapons for decades now and has only lately begun a true effort to shake off this dubious distinction by emphasizing Make in India. But that apart, there's a very important reason why these two deals that we've been talking about are a milestone in my view. I'll explain. For one thing, Prime Minister Modi is proceeding with a fresh Rafale deal just 4 years after his biggest political opposition mounted a loud, shrill 15-month campaign accusing him of corruption and crony capitalism in the original Rafale deal of 2016. You remember that. Rahul Gandhi had used the Chaukidar Chor Hai slogan almost daily in the run-up to the 2019 election. At the end of the day, it backfired badly politically for the Congress party. But in Indian politics, defense scandals have always been untouchable. They've been radioactive. Consider the most famous of our defense scandals, the Bofors scam. Did you know, viewer, that the scam broke in 1986? But it took an incredible 32 years for the Indian Army to receive even a single piece of new field artillery. 32 years. That's how allergic successive Indian governments became to even thinking of buying any artillery, let alone more Bofors guns. As a result, the Indian Army fell way behind in its artillery strength, a gap it is trying to fill to this day. In the early 1990s, India bought two Type 209 submarines from the German company HDW and built two in Mumbai at a new production facility. But after a kickback scandal surfaced at that time, plans to build two more were scrapped, completely wasting all the investments India had put into that facility. What's worse, it took nearly 2 decades more for India to shake off the past and sign a new submarine deal with France. In 2013, the infamous Augusta Westland scam erupted in India. As a result of that scandal, India scrapped its deal for 12 VVIP helicopters for government leaders and has fallen back on its existing Russian Mi-17 helicopters to transport its VVIPs. It was in one of those Mi-17 helicopters that General Bipin Rawat and 12 others perished in 2020. Not to say that Russian helicopters are unsafe, but only to illustrate that the scandal completely brought to a halt India's efforts to get new VVIP helicopters. That's how allergic scams make the system. But now something has obviously changed because the Modi government has done something never done before. He's going ahead with a deal for Rafale jets just a handful of years after the loudest possible political campaign against him, claiming he had indulged in corruption. In an India of the past, Rafale jets would have become untouchable for any future government. What's more, the Prime Minister appears to be in line to make an announcement about a new Rafale deal less than a year before the next general election. His critics and rivals will call this brazenness. His supporters will call this confidence and assurance that the original Rafale deal was totally clean, but the politics was not. But the subliminal in this action is most powerful of all, viewer, because Modi appears to have signaled here that no matter how loud the politics, how aggressive the allegations, and how sustained the political noise over an alleged defense scandal, the Prime Minister will place the needs of the defense forces above all else. In Indian politics, such assured actions will always be fraught with risk, but they send out a robust message to industry, to the Ministry of Defense, to the political class, and to India at large, that if a deal is clean, then there is nothing to be allergic about. And now I'm taking you once again to Paris, where India Today's Gaurav Sawant has been spending time with the Indian military contingent and the Indian leadership in Paris ahead of Prime Minister's arrival. Remember, India will be on full display at the Bastille Day Parade. Here's Gaurav Sawant's ground report from Paris.
We are currently in Versailles in France, and with me is India's defense attaché to Paris. With me is Brigadier Zubin Bhatnagar ahead of the Bastille Day parade. Preparations are on, and Brigadier Bhatnagar, what can you tell us about the training that's currently underway for the Bastille Day parade?
Okay, Gaurav, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity and a very warm welcome to you as well in Paris. Now, as you are aware, we have a tri-services contingent from the Army, Navy and the Air Force and the band from the Indian Army, which are currently here to participate in the Bastille Day Parade. Now, alongside this, we also have two more representations, and that is one is INS Chennai, which is coming to Brest tomorrow, and shall also be participating in the Bastille Day Parade at Brest. So we also have the representation there, and of course the fly past of our Rafales, the Indian Rafales, along with the French Rafales. Now coming on to the...
This is actually significant. So you have the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force marching contingents. You have the Rajputana Rifles here. Now you also have the Punjab Regiment. And Punjab Regiment and France, they have a history which goes back 100 years plus.
Absolutely, Gaurav, as you are aware, the Punjab Regiment had participated in the World War I and the area of Neuf-Chapelle, that is the Flanders Fields, and there we also have a CWGC memorial in which 408 martyrs are there who had made the supreme sacrifice. And in fact, as we are talking, we already have it on our plans that after the Bastille Day Parade, the valiant soldiers of Punjab Regiment will be going to Neuf-Chapelle to pay their homage to the men who had made the supreme sacrifice. So this is a sacrifice which is remembered by the people of Neuf-Chapelle, Richburg in particular, and whole of France regarding the huge contribution which the Indian Army had made at that point of time for the peace in the world.
So imagine Indian Army shed blood in France and Flanders in the First World War and in the Second World War. In fact, the Punjab Regiment very proudly carries the battle honours France and Flanders. But this is a relationship that has endured all the tests of time. That India-France friendship, this is celebrating Silver Jubilee, 25 years of that strategic partnership. Absolutely. What's special now?
Absolutely, Gaurav, 25 years of strategic partnership, and this is a relationship which has evolved over a period of time. It has stood the test of time, right from the time when India had done its nuclear tests, and thereafter it is both in the fields of the capacity building and capability building. When I speak about the defense cooperation, it is absolutely institutionalized. We have various mechanisms. You'll be aware that high-level visits. Recently, the Chief of the Army Staff was here last year in the month of November. It was a 5-day very intensive visit. We have had all our chiefs visiting, even the vice chiefs. We have the highest levels of subject matter expert exchanges coming and visiting each other. There are exercises. There's exercise Shakti between our armies, exercise Garuda between the two Air Force, and of course Varuna, which is between the navies. So the institutionalized mechanism is working very well. And between India and France, we are also looking at cooperating in a major way in co-design development of some platforms in the niche technology, and you will surely come to know about it in the future.
Gaurav is our man on the ground. He'll be getting you all the flavor, all the action from Paris as the Prime Minister lands a couple of days from now. That's a wrap on 5 Live. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. Violence, clashes and explosions mark counting day in the Bengal Panchayat polls. It's a story that is still simmering. Akshita gets you the latest next.
Now, while India has, for the past few months, taken a leadership position with its presidency of the G20, renowned economist and Columbia University professor Arvind Panagraya believes that the government needs to enforce a few reforms in tax and labor laws to truly capitalize on the opportunity. Here's an excerpt from his conversation with BTTV's Akanksha Chaturvedi.
Okay, so, once again, what we are, the particular aspect of demography that I see is the working age population. This is going to grow much bigger in India. Between now, between say 2021 to 2040, we are going to add about 150 million working age individuals. And these are the individuals we need to nurture good education. Clearly, our higher education system needs a lot of reforming. Hardly any reforms have actually happened because we are still being governed by the 1956 Act, the University Grants Commission Act. That certainly needs to be reformed in a number of different ways.
The whole demographic dividend can be utilized when the labor is skilled, the labor is, and that one way to that is through manufacturing. And India, and like you said, many people are expressing interest in India as an investment opportunity. We have G20, many corporate and global leaders coming in and expressing their interest in India. What reforms do you think from the policy end can make India more lucrative to investments or more lucrative to manufacturers to establish their hub in India, maybe move away from China, like what China did in the early 2010s or late 2000s? How do you think that India can tap onto that opportunity?
Yeah. So again, this is all about improving the ecosystem. One of the very important things that we need to do is ensure, give the potential investors a very stable tax regime. Our taxmen or taxwomen have the habit of, spring surprises at businesses. There is this enormous propensity to, find ways to raise more and more tax revenue. But when you do that, you scare away the businessmen. It is all fine to raise taxes, but the tax system should be very clear, transparent, so that when the business comes in and sees that, okay, these are the taxes I will owe, those are precisely the taxes that they end up owing, rather than being surprised by the tax departments knocking on their doors for taxes that were not clearly laid out in the system, or that the businesses did not anticipate while coming in and all. So that's one aspect. Infrastructure, which we are doing very well. I think, there's been fantastic expansion of infrastructure, and that's something that we need to continue to do.
Breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just...
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Booths bombed. Booth agents beaten. Goons assault cops on duty. Armed with arrows, bombs and more. Brazen attempts to steal ballot boxes. With counting underway in Bengal. Violence continues unabated in Bengal. Bengal poll violence. Top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Anandagopal, and this evening we'll be getting you all the latest updates coming in from Bengal. After a bloody campaign, pre-poll violence that we witnessed, today is the day when the counting is happening. The latest numbers, trends coming your way. Unfortunately, even on counting day, there have been multiple reports of violence. So the latest updates from Bengal will be coming your way in just a bit. Here are the headlines first. Violence, clashes and explosions mark counting day for Bengal Panchayat poll. State governor says elections must be fought on ballot, not the bullet. Torrential rains wreak havoc in Himachal. Bridges washed away, cars swept in deluge. At least 672 dead in Himachal rain rampage. India Today is the only channel on Ground Zero. Horrific collision in Ghaziabad. School bus driving in the wrong direction rams into an SUV. 6 killed, including 2 children. Centre defends abrogation of Article 370 in the top court. Claims unprecedented stability. Supreme Court brushes off defence as affidavit has no bearing on case. Hearing will officially begin on August 2nd. Supreme Court rejects third extension of ED Director S.K. Mishra but keeps doors open for tenure extension only after a special panel nod. And just 3 days to go for the launch of Chandrayaan-3, ISRO conducts a launch rehearsal by simulating the entire process. And let's begin by getting you the latest updates on the counting that's underway, the trends that have emerged so far from the results declared. Now, the TMC has established a clear lead in the Panchayat election numbers. We're just going to be putting out the data for you as well. Remember that the counting is still underway. It could take a lot more time. Well into tomorrow is when we will have 100% clarity. But at this point of the numbers, I can tell you that the TMC is winning in 16,330 wards. They're ahead in about 3,002. The BJP is winning in 3,790 wards. So a huge margin there between the TMC and the BJP. And besides that, the left also far behind. The Congress at this point has the least number. Interestingly, the AIMIM has won 2 seats in the West Bengal Panchayat election, Murshidabad and Malda. 2 Muslim-dominated seats have gone with the AIMIM, which could just spell trouble for the Trinamool Congress. Let me bring in our reporters on this broadcast. We've got Ritik Mondal joining us from North 24 Parganas. Also got Suryagni Roy, who's getting us the latest from Kolkata. Ritik, to you first, good evening. Can you tell us what are the latest trends indicating right now as far as the counting goes?
First of all, Akshita, as the countings are underway, we can say that the ruling Trinamool Congress have managed to, secure, many Gram Panchayat seats as of now, as per the initial trends are coming, but it would take some more hours to understand how the Trinamool Congress is doing as per the Panchayat Samiti or the Jela Parishads are concerned. But we are given to understand that TMC managed to secure much more seats than the previous time in the rural Bengal, but amidst the situation, yes, this is very unfortunate. Today, the state has witnessed once again, the counting procedures have been marred by the violence. Several reports of violence being reported, particularly from South Chobbish Parganas, Diamond Harbour, be it Malda, or in other parts of the state. And the very significant comments and regarding this violence, because remember, this time the state of West Bengal has witnessed the widespread ruckus during this rural elections procedures. I was speaking to a senior TMC minister, Shobhandev Chatterjee. He stated and gone on record alleging the opposition parties, particularly BJP, Congress, left joining hands.
We'll talk about that in just a bit. Ritik, stay with me. There's another update that I want to focus on, and Suryagni Roy is joining us with more on that. 2 seats have gone to the AIMIM, Suryagni, and that's an interesting development as well.
Well, absolutely interesting, but Akshata, what we need to understand over here is that the total number of Gram Panchayat seats are 63,229. So out of that, if 2 are won by the AIMIM, definitely it's the first time that they're winning it. But in comparison to the total number of seats, that doesn't look too good for the AIMIM. So it definitely is something on the brighter sides if we look at it from their perspective. But if we just compare it to the entire structure, that is the total, the Gram Panchayat seat, it's just 2 of them. Secondly, Akshata, what we have to understand over here is that even till now, the recent numbers, the latest numbers rather, they are, very much, it's leaning towards the Trinamool Congress.
So, whatever you talk about the politics that's playing out in Bengal, at every step, whether it's a Panchayat, Gram Panchayat or Zilla, you've got clearly a lead for the TMC. Suryagni, Ritik, stay on with us. Let's break down the numbers for our viewers first at this point. With the counting still underway, what's it looking like right now? Why are we saying that there's a comfortable lead for the TMC? Let's tell you so far the numbers that have come in for the Gram Panchayat. Of the total 63,000 odd wards, you got the TMC leading in 18,551. The BJP far behind in second place at 4,071. And then the left, 1,687. And the Congress far behind at 1,137. From those numbers, while the BJP is in second place, the TMC has established a massive lead there. Let's take a look at the Panchayat Samiti numbers right now. Similar picture that we're painting for you, because again here of 9,730 seats, this is going to take some time for the counting to actually end. The TMC is leading in 134. Everyone else in single digits. Let's show you the next figure as well, the Zilla Parishad numbers. Again here the TMC comfortable lead that they've established so far. We are hoping that the numbers will in fact progress going forward, but of the 928 right now we have leads and we're trends for 10, and all of them are in the TMC's favor. So those are the trends that are coming in right now. And as I said, tomorrow by noon is when we can expect a clearer picture and clear results in the Panchayat polls and the counting to be officially concluding. But even today, on counting day, you've had multiple incidents of violence being reported. Let's round up some of those for you. As clashes continue in Bengal, these are visuals of CPM supporters and Bardhaman tribals attacking TMC workers with bow and arrows. This is in Kaksha area of West Bardhaman district. They also vandalized several vehicles of TMC workers. A booth at Diamond Harbour was bombed before counting began in Bengal, leading to panic in both agents and locals present on the spot. Opposition parties have alleged that they were not allowed to even enter the counting site. The Howrah district also witnessed clashes between TMC and CPIM workers. CPIM candidate was beaten in Bali area of the district. Candidate was allegedly thrashed by local TMC workers at the counting centre. Even a constable wasn't spared. These are shocking images coming in from Nadia district of a constable, Raju Das, being brutally thrashed by a violent mob. He is currently receiving treatment after this attack. And this is what played out at a counting centre in Malda after the husband of a candidate allegedly attempted to flee with a ballot box. He was immediately chased and nabbed by the police. So shocking images that we showed you there, and all this played out in the last 24 hours while counting has been underway, and that gives you a sense of how vitiated the atmosphere currently is in Bengal. All the updates, all that's happened in the last few hours in the state of Bengal coming up in this report.
bombs, lathis, arrows, ruckus, a tumultuous culmination to Panchayat elections in West Bengal. A harrowing display of unrest staining the vote count on Tuesday across the state. Some 40 people have been killed in clashes since the announcement of Panchayat elections early last month. The extent of violence on the voting day was such that a re-poll had to be ordered in nearly 700 booths. Disorder overshadowed Tuesday's vote count, as political parties continued to engage in accusations and counter-accusations.
चुनाव और हिंसा आज बंगाल में पर्यायवाची शब्द बने हुए हैं. 45 people have died as of today as far as the Panchayat elections of 2023 in West Bengal is concerned. आप अगर अखबार पढ़ेंगे तो जिन शब्दों का प्रयोग सर्वाधिक किया गया है बंगाल के पंचायत के चुनावों को लेकर, वो शब्द है फायरिंग, गोलीबारी, बॉम्बिंग, बमबारी, बोगस वोटिंग, rigging.
Crude bombs went off outside a count center at Diamond Harbour. In Paschim Bardhaman district, political workers and local tribes employed arrows and bows. In several other areas, security forces used force to disperse unruly mobs.
We should realize that elections are not a ground to test one's physical strength. The election is to be fought by ballot, not bullet.
As the dust settles on the turbulent vote count in West Bengal, the echoes of violence serve as a grim reminder of the challenge faced in ensuring a peaceful, democratic process in the state. With Suryagni Roy and Ritik Mandal, Bureau Report, India Today.
So as expected, you've got the BJP and the Trinamool Congress once again at it, blaming each other for the violence that's broken out in Bengal on counting day as well. Let's get you some of those reactions.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सब स्ट्रांग रूम के अंदर चल पड़े हैं, घुस गए हैं और ये जो है गैर कानूनी है. हमारे तृणमूल कांग्रेस के लीडर्स और सीनियर मिनिस्टर उदयन गुहा भी वहां उपस्थित हैं और प्रतिवाद कर रहे हैं कि ये किस तरीके से संभव है. आपका जो क्षमता है, जो पावर है, उसको आप मिसयूज कर रहे हैं.
जब हम सोशल मीडिया और फेसबुक पे देखते हैं एक के ऊपर एक लद करके डेड बॉडियों को ट्रक से या बस से उतारा जा रहा है और स्ट्रेचर्स में डाला जा रहा है, किसी के हाथ मुड़े हुए हैं, किसी के पांव मुड़े हुए हैं, और ये किसी एक्सीडेंट का सीन नहीं है, ये कोई दुर्घटना का दृश्य नहीं, ये मर्डर है, ब्लेटेंट मर्डर. दिन दहाड़े हत्या की गई है केवल इसलिए क्योंकि आप टीएमसी को वोट नहीं कर रहे.
44 आदमी को मारा गया है ये पंचायत में, और अभी तक हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जो इतना बड़ा बड़ा बात करती थी, हमारा भाईपो जो इतना बड़ा बड़ा बात करता था कि शांतिपूर्ण वोट होगा, कोई कुछ नहीं होगा, आज उनके तरफ से एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं है. आज हमारा विधानसभा में गोली चला है, हमारा विधानसभा में बमबाजी हुआ है, पूरी छप्पा हुआ है, तो हम लोग कोई उम्मीद नहीं रखते हैं इस पंचायत से.
This was a pre-arranged program of the opposition. They wanted to destabilize the entire election process, and they wanted to stop the election process. Their target is only parliament election. Before parliament election, they wanted to show the people of West Bengal that West Bengal government has lost this control over the state. So this vandalism is going on.
So the political war of words continuing. I want to bring in Suryagni Roy on this broadcast as he and Hrithik have been tracking the latest updates. Suryagni, the violence has continued despite it being counting day. Central forces are on the ground. The governor was out there. And despite that, how is it that these kind of incidents continue unabated?
Well, the Calcutta High Court in its latest order, it had apprehensions that there might be some post-poll violence, and that was the reason why, the Calcutta High Court came up with an order wherein it asked the continuation of the central forces for the state of Bengal. Like, the state of West Bengal will have central forces for the next couple of days. From the 8th, that the day when the polling had happened, for a mere 10 more days, that's what the Calcutta High Court order read, that for 10 more days from the day of polling, CAPF or central forces will be stationed so that any kind of post-poll violence can be tackled. Now, that is a very strong message. Now, it comes from the Calcutta High Court itself. Apprehensions had arisen not only from the Calcutta High Court, but also from various political parties. And apart from Trinamool Congress, all other political parties were a bit skeptical of post-poll violence as well. They have their own reason behind this. They claim that what they saw after the Trinamool Congress victory in 2021, there were multiple instances of post-poll violence, and it was the BJP which had even reached the court, and then a CBI
there will
inquiry.
Be a serious question about what really comes out of these investigations, because at the end of the day, while this political bickering continues, there are deaths on the ground, casualties of this kind of violence also that's reported. Suryagni, Hrithik, just stay with me. I want to brief our viewers right now on the kind of data that we have at this point on the number of deaths reported because of this violence in Bengal. Now, since in fact the dates of this particular Panchayat poll schedule was out, you had 39 deaths being reported since the Panchayat poll dates were announced. And before that, but if you look at really the data that's come to the fore of the previous Panchayat elections in Bengal, then too, it's always been a bloody battle. In May 2018, for example, over 30 deaths were reported. Before that, 5 years before that, in 2013, over 20 people had died. Now, similarly, in fact, in 2008, also over 30 people were killed. So, unfortunately, Bengal has always had this history of the ballot and blood coming together. And Hrithik, if I can come across to you on that, at this time in this particular Panchayat election, there have again been scores of deaths reported from both sides. We understand that there are BJP workers, TMC workers, left workers, all of whom have died in clashes.
That's true, Akshita. Let me compare with the previous, Panchayat election. As per the tally, says that in 2018, when 13 people were killed on the very day of poll during 2018 Panchayat election, and this time 18 people and belonging from several political spectrum, be it Trinamool Congress, BJP, Left, ISF, Congress, they were killed and they have lost their lives. And the total tally says it is 39 approximately, and BJP is claiming more than 40 people have died in poll-related violence this time. But it has been marred widely during last 1 month, what we can see. But, it's not very unprecedented as per the Bengal politics and Bengal's, electoral politics is concerned. Perhaps it has become similar and an integral part of Bengal's electoral politics, the violence and the Bengal election procedure, poll procedures. But when, we do see that the political war of words still continuing over this violence, and TMC, as per the top leaders of Trinamool Congress is concerned, they said if you compare, you would see and you would get that the people have lost their life. They are from their party, and which is true.
Whichever party it is, Hrithik, whichever party it is, at the end of the day, there clearly needs to be a detailed investigation, which we're not seeing right now. The blame game continues, but nothing really beyond that, and that's really unfortunate. The counting continues at this point, and let's hope going forward at least it's peaceful. Thanks, Suryagni. Thanks, Hrithik, for joining us with all of those details. We'll continue getting you all the updates that come in from the Bengal and keep a track of the results as they come in. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we're getting you horrifying images and a video now that's raised serious questions about road safety in India. That particular accident you see on your screens has killed 6 people, all of them in that car killed for no fault of theirs. Details of that story coming your way in just a bit.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Is the rally overdone or are we just starting?
Actually, in March, if you look at my Twitter feed, I had tweeted on March 28th that this was the perfect time to get into the markets, that I did not know whether it was the exact bottom, but it was certainly somewhere around the bottom. And also that, we all understand the risk of being in the market. But this was a time when the risk was more in not being invested and therefore missing out on an up move. So at that time, the index was in the 16,900 range. I mean, the Nifty. Of course, it has had a run since then. But even so, my assessment still is that the risk is still of missing out on an up move relative to a crash. I do not see a risk of a crash very imminent. And I still think we are closer to the beginning rather than the end of the run-up.
For the first 6 months, which ended on June 30th, the two portfolios that Devina manages have outperformed both the Nifty as also by their peers very handsomely. So it's a 10.5% gain on First Global IS 50 in the past 6 months compared with the 6.5% index appreciation that you've seen. And the First Global IMAP, which has an overlay of a lot of gilt as well as gold, is still up 9.5%. Devina, as I was scrolling through your portfolio, amongst the top 10 odd stocks, you have three IT companies, of course, two very well known, Infosys as well as TCS, and one mid-cap that has done wonders, which is Nucleus Software. Overall, the software sector hasn't done much. The index just up about 2% year to date. What do you think is going wrong? Do we have to wait much longer, or is the Indian software story now getting a little jaded?
Actually, Shell, the thing is this, that if you looked at it last year first half also IT did not do very well, IT services. And at that time, the logic for it not doing well was supposed to be that the whole world is digitizing and there is so much demand for people with technology backgrounds that they will not get enough employees. The employees will be too expensive and therefore costs will go up and margins will get squeezed. This year, the story is supposed to be something the entirely opposite. If you go to the base of it, saying that there will not be demand. So, both cannot be true. So I think, this is a little overdone because what had happened was that there was a slowdown in some of the Western economies. So what happens is that the orders you're supposed to get this quarter get pushed and may go on to the next quarter. But it is not as if that fundamentally something has gone totally wrong with the industry and it will never revive, because the whole move towards even non-technology companies becoming more digital, more technology-oriented is not going to go away. So we are not super bullish on the sector, but we are still slightly overweight on the sector.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Welcome back. Let's get you now a video that's shocked the nation. It's gone viral on social media, and this is an incident that's been reported in the Delhi-Meerut Expressway. If you've ever used the expressway, you know everyone's going on top speed, especially in the fastest lane. This is, of course, a highway. And then you see this footage that we're showing right now on our screens. A school bus, fortunately empty. There were no children in the bus. The driver, driving in top speed in the opposite direction, rams into an SUV which had 8 people, 2 families. 6 died on the spot. 2 of them are left fighting for their life. For obvious reasons, it's triggered a lot of outrage and questions about why we don't take road safety or road rules seriously in this country.
A school bus driving on the wrong side of the Delhi-Meerut Expressway in Ghaziabad crashes into a black TUV. The black car tries to move away from the bus's path, but it's too late. The collision is so hard that the car spins across lanes and is smashed into the other side of the road.
Nearly 9 to 10 kilometers from this spot, the school bus collided with a black TUV car in which there were 8 members of the same family. Now, as per police officials, 6 members of the family have already died. 2 are fighting for their life. They are in critical condition.
सुबह ही जो है हमारा भतीजा लगता है जितेंद्र का लड़का, ये पहुंचा घर पर उनको चाचा का एक्सीडेंट हो गया और हमें रास्ते में ही पता चला कि कहां एक्सीडेंट हुआ. हम तो वहां तो पता भी नहीं चला था सही.
How did the bus get onto an access-controlled expressway in the wrong lane? How did no one check and intercept it? Why didn't the bus driver stop or slow down when he saw the car approaching from the other direction? Thankfully, there were no students on board on the school bus. The driver has been arrested.
जो बस वाला था ये दिल्ली गया हुआ था. दिल्ली से गाजीपुर के पास से सीएनजी भरवा करके रॉन्ग साइड आ रहा था और टीयूबी के लोग ये मेरठ से आ रहे थे. इनको गुड़गांव जाना था. ये आमने सामने का टक्कर हुआ जिसमें 6 लोग मौके पर कैजुअलिटी हो गई है और 2 लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल, जिनका इलाज कराया जा रहा है. और बस के ड्राइवर को पकड़ लिया गया. इसमें पूरी गलती बस के ड्राइवर की थी जो दिल्ली से सीएनजी भरवाने के बाद रॉन्ग साइड आ रहा था.
From Delhi all the way to Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh, this bus was on the wrong side all along. Even after this horrific accident, India Today's cameras caught motorists cutting a corner and getting onto the wrong lane.
The question is as to why he decided to carry on driving in the wrong lane. As per the UP police officials, they told India Today that once you come on this particular stretch, the only exit that you have here is towards Dasna. So possibly the bus driver were continuously traveling, taking the wrong lane, hoping that he'll meet the cut somewhere out there. But there's no exit on this particular stretch of Meerut Expressway unless you go towards Dasna.
6 lives lost to irresponsible driving. What can stop this menace? What will make motorists think of saving lives instead of saving 5 minutes on commute? Heftier fines, their enforcement and better implementation of road safety laws are the only immediate solutions in sight. With Amit Bharadwaj, Bureau Report, India Today.
A shocking incident. Most people on social media are demanding strictest possible punishment for that reckless driver, and we really hope that is the case, that this particular incident sets a precedent in the country. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on the big showdown in Karnataka over the murder of a popular Jain monk. It's just, in fact, echoed in the Karnataka Assembly as well. All the latest on that story coming your way in just a bit.
world we try to bridge together with his reality. So how the reality and imagination, they kind of coexist together.
Rahul Mishra showcased We the People at Haute Couture Week in Paris. In fact, we had an exclusive preview to the collection even before it was showcased to the world. This was an ode to his craftsmen, his karigars, his creators, who he equated with his idea of God. And that was beautiful. The collection leans on an almost monochromatic palette with a few pieces of color, well thought out to tell a story. We saw figuratives for the first time. He showed us the artworks that he had sketched himself. The embroidery done on the outfits was that of the same karigars who made them, juxtaposed with where their mind wanders when in a meditative state of creation. Look at these embroidered tigers, for instance, jumping out of the carts. As old and repetitive it now sounds, he works like an artist. The latest work has figuratives and yet maintains the signature Rahul Mishra botanicals.
Tiger walks in here, creates clearly ripples of the water, and at the same time, this embroiderer is kind of creating the flower on the cart, and Tiger is walking in as if like that is how, and everything was intentionally created in a very sketchy kind of feel.
The handshake with the karigar on the runway at the start of the show speaks of the story of his collection.
You know, top portion is complete silver.
Yeah.
And this beyond this point is all black and white. So even where she's sitting, again, her actually that fantasy kind of world also has got, as if like, you know, the idea needs to have complete clarity. Her dupatta becomes like that, and this entire thing becomes like a flower petal. And next to it, when you see a tailor, she's tailoring it. You see a cutter, a master who's cutting it. So how the community of people, how everybody together create this dress. So somehow in capturing the process of creation itself onto a piece like this.
His idea and representation of India is clear. We the people, hum low. That is his idea, and he explains.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. Let's put the focus right now on Karnataka, where the murder of a popular Jain seer in Karnataka's Belagavi has led to a massive political showdown. Remember that the body of this monk was found chopped in pieces in a borewell. 2 people have been arrested. It was found that they murdered this monk over some sort of financial dispute. The BJP, however, is saying that there's a lot more to this than what meets the eye, and they're demanding a CBI investigation.
A popular Jain monk, Acharya Shri Kamakumara Nandi Maharaja's murder has rocked Karnataka. The Digambar Jain monk was murdered and his body chopped into pieces and dumped in a borewell in Belagavi. 2 accused who reportedly killed the monk over a money dispute have been arrested, but politics over the case is peaking.
ಜಾಣಗೊಳಪಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಆತ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗೆ ಆಶ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂತರ ಬೇರೆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಶವವನ್ನು ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಈ ಕೃತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನೀಡಿದ್ರು.
Despite repeated assurances from cops of a fair probe, Jains have hit the streets in protest over the killing of their monk. The government has been reaching out to members of the Jain community, with Home Minister G. Parmeshwara meeting Seer Shri Gunadhar Nandi Maharaj, who said he would hold a fast unto death.
जैन मुनि जहाँ जहाँ जाते हैं वहाँ पुलिस की सिक्योरिटी हो और वस्ती शाला या कोई गवर्नमेंट की जो बिल्डिंग है वहाँ उनको खोल करके दिया जाए, उनको आश्रय दिया जाए। यह हमने मांग की। मैंने जितने भी मांग किए हैं वे सारे पूर्ण किए हैं।
And the anger has been fueled by politics as the BJP has questioned the Sidhu Sarkar over the incident, even claiming the ISIS is behind the murder.
ಅದರಿಂದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದನ್ನ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೇವಲ ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರೂರವಾಗಿ ಪೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಶಾಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತುಕುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಯಾರಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಅಂಥ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಐಸಿಸ್ ಉಗ್ರರ ಚಿತಾವಣೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗೈತೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
The BJP has now sent a fact-finding committee to Belagavi to speak to locals and the monk's disciples on the circumstances surrounding his murder.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹತ್ಯೆಗಳು, ಗೂಂಡಾಗಿರಿಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ, ದರೋಡೆ ನಿರಂತರ ನಡೀತಿತ್ತು. ಆಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ 24 ಜನ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ.
Murder of Jain monk in Belagavi has sparked a big showdown in Karnataka Assembly, where even BJP has claimed that there is a lot more than what meets the eye in the entire murder case. And it is not just a financial dispute between the accused and the deceased. They also demand a CBI probe in this entire murder case. With the journalist Madhu Sagayaraj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
And there's chaos that broke out in the Karnataka Assembly just a few moments ago as BJP MLA stormed the well of the House demanding a CBI investigation in the matter. But Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, responding to these demands, made it very clear that at this point the police will continue the investigation. They've already arrested the accused, following which BJP MLAs staged a walkout as well. They've now said that tomorrow they're going to make a representation before the governor, seeking that this case be handed over to the CBI. Let's play out some of the reactions, leading with former Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai.
For a Jain Muni, a Muni who has sacrificed everything in life, and this government has taken it so lightly like any other murder, and we had demanded CBI probe because of the conspiracy angle should come out, the real culprit should come out. They have done a shabby preliminary investigation and tried to cover up the whole thing. So we protested in the house. Tomorrow we are protesting outside and going to the governor. And not only this, in T. Narsipura, in Nanjangudu, in Hassan, in Sakleshpura, in north, in Belgaum, Gulburga, Jeewari, everywhere such incidents are there. So we are going to represent to the governor regarding the failure, collapse of law and order in the state. Total collapse of law and order is there. There is no fear. And all the Gunda elements, now they feel there is some protector above and they are taking law into their hands.
State police is extremely competent to handle these investigations. And when the community itself is telling that we are satisfied with the investigation and the process of investigation, BJP is trying to say there is international interference in this. ISIS is trying to has done this thing. I mean, if BJP has any evidence, instead of suppressing the facts, let them give it to the investigative agencies, no? Why are they not coming out and giving us the facts if they have any?
BJP has stooped to the lowest. The Jain Moni, the murder, what happened, we all condemn it very strongly. The act is inhuman. We all condemn it. But at the same time, it has nothing to do with the political this one over there. BJP has no other issue. They want to make this as an issue as if the state government is not acting on that.
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us live from Bengaluru with more details on this. So Nagarjun, the political controversy right now snowballing. Cops maintain that they've cracked the case. 2 people have been taken into custody, but the BJP clearly isn't convinced now.
Well, that's true. In fact, what's the whole point of contention in the last 3 years in the assembly is the Jain monk murder issue. What the BJP is saying that, yes, we agree 2 people have been arrested, but why are the police not putting out the name in public of the accused? One accused apparently belongs to the minority community, and as the name has not been made public, that's when the BJP is saying that we started to get some doubt that someone is being protected by the government, while the government is saying that the complainant, who is the family of the Jain monk, had named 2 people, and the same 2 people have been named in the FIR. Where's the question of protection? We trust in our police, we trust our system, there's no influence, and we are assuring you, the opposition, that people who are involved will be taken to task. And why should we give it to CBI when the accused is already arrested and there's no other transaction except for the financial transaction? There's no other motive as of now. So what is the need is what the government had said. Let me bring in Anaga also, the correspondent in Bangalore Bureau. She had covered the assembly. Anaga, take us through what was the conversation between the opposition and the government? Why did the demand of CBI probe come into place?
You know, the BJP is hell-bent on the fact that there is more to it than meets the eye. This is not just financial dispute, because the seer is supposed to be pure-hearted. No seer is going to have financial matters. Of course, there is more to it than what meets the eye. This is a communal angle is what the BJP is saying. And not just that, they're also saying that only one name of the accused was released initially, which was the Hindu name. But later, after much public pressure, after the public pressure mounted, that was when the A2 name, that is the minority community name, was released out. So this is the main argument of BJP.
Well, Akshita, you heard also the conversation in the assembly. Tomorrow, the BJP delegation will march from Vidhan Sauda to the Raj Bhavan at 11 a.m. and give a memorandum to the governor asking him to direct the state government to hand over this case to the CBI.
All right, Nagarjun, thanks for getting us all of those updates. We'll track what plays out in Karnataka tomorrow as well. Let's cut across to big breaking news coming in. And we here on India Today have exclusively accessed details of the charge sheet that the Delhi police is currently building against Brij Bhushan, against the BJP MP, the Western Federation of India boss. And what we're hearing is in this charge sheet, there will in fact be a clear case made out by the Delhi police where they will ensure, and they're saying that Brij Bhushan will be liable to be prosecuted for sexual harassment. The picture that you see on your screens has also been made a mention of in the charge sheet, is what we're hearing. Arvind Oja and Srishti are joining us on this broadcast. Let me bring in Arvind first on the picture that we see on our screens. ये जो picture में Brij Bhushan दिखा रहा है अरविंद और उनके साथ एक फीमेल रेसलर है, क्या ये भी चार्ज शीट में है?
नहीं बिल्कुल, देखिए इंडिया टुडे ने ये पिक्चर जो एक्सेस किया है ये चार्जशीट का पार्ट है और जो विक्टिम रेसलर है वो दरअसल उसने जो 164 का मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने स्टेटमेंट दिया था ये साबित करने के लिए कि उसका बयान सही है, ये पिक्चर एविडेंस के तौर पर दी थी पुलिस को जो चार्जशीट का पार्ट है। उसके अलावा ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह की जो मुश्किल है वो बिल्कुल बढ़ सकती है क्योंकि चार्जशीट में जो 16 बयान है, जो 16 विटनेस है, उन 16 विटनेस ने जो विक्टिम्स है उनके पक्ष में बयान दिया है। तो पहले सिर्फ विक्टिम्स थी 6 जो ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह के खिलाफ मोलेस्टेशन का चार्ज लगा रही थी, लेकिन जब पुलिस ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन की तो उसमें 16 विटनेस जिसमें 5 जो फैमिली मेंबर है, उसके अलावा कुछ कोचेस है, कुछ रेसलर है, उन्होंने विक्टिम्स का समर्थन करते हुए, सपोर्ट करते हुए उनके पक्ष में एक तरीके से
Statements in favor of what the victim has said, that's very important. That's been a part of the charge sheet as well. Srishti is also joining us with more on this. Srishti, what we're hearing is that sexual harassment, molestation, all of these charges will be leveled against Brijbhushan based on the Delhi police charge sheet.
Well, yes, definitely. As per the charge sheet details that we have exclusively accessed at India Today, Delhi police in its charge sheet has invoked several sections against Brijbhushan Sharan, including those of outraging modesty of a woman, sexual harassment, and stalking. According to the charge sheet, as per the investigation till now, the accused, being Brijbhushan Sharan, is liable to be prosecuted and punished for these offences. However, important point in the charge sheet is that out of 108 witnesses that were examined by the Delhi police during the investigation, 15 witnesses have in fact corroborated the allegations that have been made by the female wrestlers in this particular case. The Delhi police has clearly stated that several witnesses, including the WFI officials, coaches and also co-participants of these wrestlers from different wrestling events.
16 statements with the Delhi police there that's being mentioned of in the charge sheet. All of those corroborating what the victims have said against Brijbhushan. We are going to track this news break very, very closely as we get you inside details of what's being built up in the charge sheet by the Delhi police against Brijbhushan. Thanks Srishti Oja and thanks Arvind for getting us all those updates. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side of a very short break, Preeti Chaudhary is joining you live from Kulu in Himachal, where she gets you the latest updates on the monsoons in the aftermath of the heavy rainfall.
Tomatoes, an essential ingredient in every dish. The vegetable now costs 120 to 160 rupees per kg depending on where you are, forcing households across the country to drop tomatoes from their shopping lists.
रसोई पर कितना फर्क पड़ता है?
बहुत फर्क पड़ा है। रसोई पर जिसको 1 किलो ले जाना था वो आधा किलो 250 ग्राम लेके काम चला रहा है। गरीब जनता क्या करे?
In Patna, locals are blaming the black marketing for the inflation.
इसमें कुछ व्यापारी लोग की कालाबाजारी भी है और इसमें सरकार की कमी भी है। सरकार को चाहिए कि किस दर से कौन सी बिकना चाहिए, उस पर नियम लागू करना चाहिए।
The situation is no different in Jammu, where vegetable vendors rue the fall in sales due to high prices.
पीछे से बाहर से माल सड़ गया सारे, तभी महंगा हुआ अभी।
अच्छा, तो अमूमन जो ग्राहक आते थे आपके पास, जब दाम सामान्य थे, नॉर्मल रेट थे, तब कितना किलोग्राम लेता था हर कोई?
किलो 2 किलो लेते थे।
In the national capital, the price of tomatoes have risen to 160 rupees per kg.
एक तो फसल कमजोर है, इस समय जो टमाटर चलता है सिर्फ और सिर्फ हिमाचल का टमाटर चलता है और अब बेंगलोर का टमाटर शुरू हो चुका है, लेकिन अभी भी 20-25 दिन टमाटर नीचे होते हुए नजर नहीं आएगा।
Down south, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister shared a review meeting and took stock of the prevailing situation. The tomato prices are skyrocketing after a crash in prices in April. The months of April and May also saw pest attacks. These two factors forced farmers to abandon tomato crop, which has now led to a shortage in supply. Experts say tomato prices could take time to stabilize. Bureau Report, India Today.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dystopic reality, and it is by any yardstick a growing epidemic. We are all hooked. Admit it, deny it, and this means serious trouble. We are slaves to our gadgets. The addiction has not even spared the young ones.
During this pandemic, there was a shift in the routine life of everyone, and even for my child, when the online classes started, in this 2 years, the first year he was fine, but as and when the screen time got increased, so he started shifting the screens during the classes to see some gaming videos during the classes. I could see that like his craving for that, like asking for mobile, it became more. He used to become arrogant, sometimes aggressive, and later it started being physical. Maybe like screaming, it may be screaming or hitting the walls, something like that, behavioral changes.
Is this how people around you behave all the time? Their heads down into their phones, the relationship with the gadget not broken even during meal times. Well, does this happen to you often? Lost in the real world, only present in the virtual? Are you one of those people who can't do without your phones? You have a relationship only with your gadgets and your screens and not with your friends and family members. Therapy and de-addiction to recover from technology addiction is fast catching up in India, given the situation we found ourselves in. But what exactly is addiction to gadgets?
A lot of this watching screen all the single time is just illuminating our brains quite a lot. You've seen a Christmas tree all lit up. Our brain has a lot of these neuropaths. So every time you see a stimulus, some neuropath gets lit up. And when we are watching screens, it's so stimulating. These games, these video games, these vlogs and these reels that are going on for every 1 minute, something keeps getting stimulated for you all. So a lot of neuropaths are getting lit. So if you see a brain scan of a child, it looks like a Christmas tree all lit up. So it becomes very difficult for someone with such an excited brain to cool themselves down, to calm themselves down. So yes, this is an epidemic.
Has had a breakthrough with skinny pants. The Ozempic shots meant for the treatment of type 2 diabetes is being used off-label to reduce weight. These shots are hard to obtain but have the ability to help you shed those pounds. The drug was never meant to be used for that purpose in the first place. It gives myriad of side effects to those taking it for weight loss. They include diarrhea, constipation, tummy aches, nausea, vomiting, amongst many others. Many already know this. Now, a pill form of Ozempic is on the horizon. On 25th of June, researchers presented data in 2 studies at the American Diabetes Association Scientific Sessions Conference. One study showed 50 milligrams of semaglutide, the active compound in Ozempic and Wegovy, taken orally each day is roughly as effective as weekly Wegovy shots in reducing weight in people who are overweight or obese. Wegovy injections contain 2.4 milligrams of semaglutide. Wegovy has been approved to treat obesity since 2021. It's the same drug as diabetes medication Ozempic, just at a higher dose. Concerns now loom large on its unintended consequences as more people would seem to prefer pills over the injections for weight loss.
what is important to know is that semaglutide is a good option for people, who have diabetes, who have obesity, or who are overweight and need to lose weight. But it is not a good option for everyone, and it is important that whoever takes this pill, they take it under medical supervision, and then, decide whether they meet the criteria or not.
We have to practice ethical medicine for it to be beneficial for everybody, and keeping in mind the risks and the benefits. So I do think it's a new kid on the block. I do think it'll be successful in the future. We just need some more information for it.
The injectable liquid form of semaglutide is directly shot into the belly with very small needle dispatch at the click of a pen once a week. One can take it with or without food. Oral semaglutide is supposed to be swallowed and not injected. Patients must have an empty stomach when they take it along with water. Doctors are extremely worried. Having a poppable pill available for weight loss could perhaps lead to an abuse of the drug.
This is a drug that at times can increase the risk of thyroid C-cell cancer. It can increase the risk of pancreatitis or inflammation of the pancreas. It can increase the risk of kidney problems. So it's not an option for everyone. It can increase the risk of causing hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar, since it is a diabetes drug.
Do you see consolidation of the electric vehicle industry? Because there are nearly about 350 plus companies in the EV space manufacturing or vendor supplying. So do you see a consolidation of only good amount of players who are manufacturing good products stay in the market, and of course the companies who are actually not, who are relying on the FAME subsidy are weeded out?
I think you're already seeing that people who have not focused on innovation and have not focused on technology and engineering, you're already seeing a lot of them folding up. In fact, a lot of smaller players who were just doing assembly of products right here in India and were not following the norms are obviously do not exist anymore. So I would not say that consolidation or not, I don't know. But all I know is that people who can focus on engineering and innovation will be able to survive because that allows them to build products at a cost which consumers can afford. Otherwise, if you are dependent upon the government subsidies, then there is no way out in terms of the cost that you will be able to offer to the consumer.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards. You are watching India Today.
Good evening. You're watching our rolling coverage from the state of Himachal of what it's gone through over the course of the last few days. I want to just give you a sense of where I'm standing. Right now I'm at the Kulu Junction area. Right behind me is Kulu. Up ahead, a kilometer of the road is torn. You're going to get you visuals of that as well, washed away in the floods. But this is, what my camera person Pawan will just show you before we cut across to headlines is important. These are tourists, some of them who walked about 80 kilometers from Kasol, because that's the road which goes to Kasol. They've all come down here wanting to make their way homes. Very little information that is filtering in. You've come from Kasol. Hi. You walked from Kasol?
Yeah, we halfway walk, halfway taxi.
Half walk, half taxi. And where are you going to now?
We're going to Delhi because we have flight.
You have flight to Delhi?
No, we have flight to Israel from Delhi.
All right. So you've been stuck for the last 2 days there?
Yes. No signal, no electricity, nothing.
Nothing there. All right. Good luck. I hope you have your ride back home, back to Delhi. You found something? Under the water. Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck. All right, so eager tourists as well wanting to have a conversation. Most of them actually are coming to you to try and get a sense of how to get back to base. For them, base is Delhi and then they take a flight. Let me quickly take you through the headlines. Violent clashes and explosions mar counting day for Bengal Panchayat poll. State governor says elections must be fought on ballot, not bullet. Torrential rains wreak havoc in Himachal. At least 72 dead in Himachal rain rampage. Himachal Chief Minister speaks exclusively to India Today.
हमारा जो कर्तव्य और दायित्व था वो था कि हमारे जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस था जो पिछले कल हमने ख़त्म किया। अब जो हमारे लोग फंसे हुए उनको निकालने का है।
Horrific collision in Ghaziabad. School bus driving in wrong direction rams into an SUV. At least 6 kids, including 2 children. Centre defends abrogation of Article 370 in top court, claims unprecedented stability. Supreme Court brushes off defence, says affidavit has no bearing on case. Supreme Court rejects third extension of ED Director S.K. Mishra but keeps doors open for 10-year extension only after special panel nod. Days to go for the launch of Chandrayaan 3. ISRO conducts a launch rehearsal by stimulating the entire process. The rains might have stemmed in this part where I'm standing, Kulu, which was right in the epicenter of what the state of Himachal went through in terms of the calamity of sorts, the Himalayan tragedy, which is still unfolding. Rescue operations, relief operations afoot in Kulu. The rain has in fact moved to the south part of Himachal, more in the Kinnaur region. Let's quickly take you through some of the defining images coming in from Himachal. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu took an aerial survey of the flood-ravaged region. The Chief Minister visited Sanj, where an entire village was washed away. Sudden rise in the water levels of Beas River has led to flood-like situation in Himachal's Mandi. Incessant downpour has led to widespread flooding and damage to life and property. As heavy rains continue in Uttarakhand, landslide occurred in Haridwar and debris fell all over the railway tracks. Debris clearance work in progress. About 25,000 drums flowed into the canal after a wall of the scrap warehouse in Ranipur, Selampur area of Haridwar was broken due to heavy rains. As Yamuna continues to flow above the danger mark in Delhi, several low-lying areas were flooded and water entered inside several houses. Alright viewers, let's get to the latest that is coming in from the state of Himachal Pradesh. After 48 hours of incessant rainfall, now is the time for relief and rescue. Lots of tourists still stranded, lots of districts, lots of region completely in oblivion, cut off, where we are given to understand no electricity. Lots of damage that has happened to water work projects, and water pipelines have been cut off in many areas of Himachal. Phone connectivity, mobile connectivity, the OFC cable in areas like even Manali, Kasol, all of it has been washed away in the rains, torrential rainfall here. And what we are visualizing and actually seeing is the aftermath of this tragedy. Himachal witnessed heavy rains as well. Till now, the count seen 72 people have been killed due to the landslides and other rain-related incidents. Himachal cloudbursts were triggered and flash floods in the hill state, where nearly 800 roads are still closed in the state. Several vehicles, buildings and even bridges have been washed away with the waters. All major rivers are in spate, bringing normal life to an abject standstill. Orange alert right now has been sounded in certain districts of Himachal Pradesh. The Met Department has said that today in areas in districts like Kulu, Mandi, there has been no rainfall, but could be tomorrow. However, rainfall has moved to other parts of Himachal, namely the south of Himachal. Heavy rainfall expected there. Meanwhile, Himachal Chief Minister Sukhwinder Sukhu has urged all residents to stay indoors or seek refuge at safer locations. He took an aerial survey earlier this afternoon in areas worst affected, including Senj, where 2 villages have been washed away with 80 houses, even a hospital washed away, we are told. After 2 days of abject mayhem, I am right now in Kulu. The road from Mandi to Kulu has opened up and suddenly you see a spurt of tourists that have come out desperate to get back home. Where I am, right behind me is the Kulu city. Right in front is onwards to Manali, where the roads have been washed away. And on the right-hand side of me is the road to Kasol. There's a steady stream of young tourists who are able to walk and who are walking all the way from Kasol because various parts of the roads have been washed away. Some of them who we've met have walked about 40 to 80 kilometers. There's no car. There are hardly any buses. There's no help, even by the government, it seems, on ground, where a basic advice can be dispensed to these tourists on what is their best option to get home. They are coming in laden sometimes in goods carriers, making their way right now to Kulu and then trying to find their way out of here. This is the local Volvo bus kiosk that you see, and what we are given to understand by these tourists that now there is a surge in charges. They're trying to make a fast buck, where going from here to Mandi has been charged to about 2,000 rupees per head. We spoke to a lot of them, and the sense that we could get was of helplessness. Nobody's here to actually guide them, to tell them what's the best way to get home. Reporting with camera person Pawan Kumar, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
टॉस में जब मैं निकलने लगा तो लैंडस्लाइड काफी हो गई थी. मैं बरसैनी में ही रुका, 2 दिन बरसैनी में रुका. उसके बाद अभी भी वहाँ पे जैसी मैंने आते हुए हालत देखी है, मेरे को लगता है 1 महीने से पहले वहाँ पे कुछ हो पाएगा सही. इतनी यहाँ पे कीचड़ है. चल के आए हैं, उसके बाद 40 किलोमीटर चले, मणिकरण रुके, उसके बाद आए फिर टैक्सी से, उसके बाद फिर ट्रैक किया है हमने. पूरा 200 मीटर का पैच गायब है, उधर से फिर ट्रैक किया है, फिर आए. केयर कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा है. लोकल्स जो भाव है उसका 3 to 4 टाइम्स ले रहे हैं.
कसोल में एकदम कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है और वहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यहाँ पे भी नहीं है, बट एटलीस्ट यहाँ पे नेटवर्क्स है.
ने क्या विटनेस किया था
इन कसोल? हम लोगों ने देखा था जो छलाल है वो पूरा एकदम चला गया है. तो हम लोग छलाल से आए हैं कसोल मार्केट में, तो वहाँ पे 2-3 लैंडस्लाइड हम लोग क्रॉस करके आए हैं. तो फिर वहां से हम एकदम कसोल मार्केट आना भी बहुत डिफिकल्ट था, बट हम लोग एटलीस्ट आ गए कसोल मार्केट. फिर वहां से हिम्मत मिली कि आगे चलते हैं. अब फाइनली हम यहाँ पहुंच गए, होपफुली दिल्ली पहुंच जाए हम लोग.
वी कमिंग फ्रॉम कसोल. अभी 3-4 दिन से वहाँ पे अटके हैं. हमारे सामने गाड़ियां भरी हैं, सब कुछ हुआ है. नॉट इवन ए सिंगल पुलिस पर्सन. एनडीआरएफ की टीम आई थी जो नीचे पानी भर रहा था, लोगों को निकाल दिया और बोला कि ऊपर जाके अपने आप रह लो. नथिंग हैज बीन डन बाय द गवर्नमेंट. आई ट्वीटेड, कोई हेल्प नहीं हो रही है, कुछ नहीं हो रही है. यहाँ पे लोग अपने हिसाब से पैसे ले रहे हैं, 3,000-4,000 सिर्फ मंडी तक जाने के लिए. यहाँ पे मैंने 100 नंबर कॉल किया, पुलिस इज नॉट हेल्पिंग एट ऑल.
कसोल में कितने दिन से थे?
कसोल हम लोग पहुँचे थे 8 को.
8 को पहुँचे?
जी. और 8 की मॉर्निंग में पहुँच गए थे. 7 को निकले थे हम, और ऐसा बारिश वगैरह का हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं था क्योंकि लाइटली बारिश हो रही थी. अचानक से बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश हुई, उसकी वजह से मौसम बिगड़ गया और जगह रास्ते टूटने लग गए, ब्रेक हो गया. क्योंकि हम होटल में ही थे, बट हमारी नेक्स्ट डे की टिकट थी, हमें निकलना था वहाँ से.
अच्छा,
बस की भी थी, फ्लाइट की भी थी, बट सब कैंसिल हो गई क्योंकि वहाँ पे वायर वगैरह सब ब्रेक हो गए. लाइट बिल्कुल नहीं है, फोन भी बिल्कुल नहीं काम कर रहा है. खाली वोडाफोन में ही नेटवर्क आ रहे थे जैसे तैसे. तो लोग कांटेक्ट कर पाए, इनफैक्ट सब रो रहे थे क्योंकि किसी से कांटेक्ट किसी का नहीं हो पा रहा है. फोन तक चार्ज नहीं हो पा रहा था. लाइट वाली प्रॉब्लम प्लस कैश, पेटीएम, इससे भी प्रॉब्लम है. कुछ भी नहीं हो पा रहा. जो लोग कैश भी दे रहे हैं वो लोग बहुत मुश्किल में, जैसे ज्यादा पैसे लेके उसके बाद हमें वो. अगर
टूरिस्ट है वहाँ पर
बहुत लोग हैं मैम अभी तो.
When did you reach?
Around 9th, I think so.
9th. You came alone?
Yeah, I came alone.
From Delhi?
From Delhi.
And you went to Kasol?
Yeah.
And 9th you reached, and in 2 days you were stuck.
Yeah, I got stuck. I just planned for 2 days only, but it is extended. There was no taxi, no buses. Buses was cancelled, and the flood was there a little bit more.
It all happened in 1 day?
2 days.
2 days.
2 day it take. Actually, the rain was very heavy, and next day it become the flood is become more in that Parvati Valley.
Right.
So all the buses and cars become blocked.
The worst affected region in Himachal was the area of Kullu, Bhuntar and Manali. As while we enrolled, despite the disconnectivity of the mainland Kullu and Manali from rest part of Himachal, it has been really difficult taking the small stretches in the mountains, and somehow we have managed to reach in Bhuntar, and this explained the furious flash floods from those hilly areas. All of a sudden there's a huge amount of debris along with the flash flood that came down and literally took along everything that came on the way. There you see all these shops are literally now under the debris, and that was really scary situation. Those images had gone viral, but here in Bhuntar, this entire market was almost choked up with the debris and the flash flood. Of course, it's only all the footprints left now. People have trying best there to secure and restore whatever was left by the flash flood. Look at these, all these shops were almost destroyed. Virtually the road is now open for the vehicular activities, but here from Bhuntar to Kullu, this entire region was amongst the worst affected. We are bringing you ground report from the epicenter, and Bhuntar was one amongst in this area of Kullu. At ground zero in Kullu's Bhuntar with Nasir Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Let's cut across right now. Along with me in Kullu, my colleague Ashutosh Mishra also joins us from Kullu. Manjeet continues to be in Mandi. Ashutosh, I know you and I have practically taken the same route up, dotted with landslides. I was trying to make my way to Kasol. There's been a fresh landslide there. Children and school students, young college kids studying, walking some 80 kilometers. What have you witnessed?
होटल चलते हैं 9 बजे का तो वहाँ से निपटारेंगे वॉक थ्रू दे दिया ना अमन
has gone in a blackout mode. Virtually there is no electricity and there is no backup even as well. So subsequently that has impacted the telecom towers as well. So I would really seek your apology. I couldn't hear what you said, but at the moment what I'm seeing for last 48 hours here in this Himachal region of Himachal, mostly it's only the devastation. It was even difficult to reach out to this part of Kullu from Mandi. We reached to Bhuntar, we went to Pedi, Kullu, and even to the stretch where the Manali and Kullu has been totally disconnected from each other. In fact, here in Pedi, they see mostly the newly constructed resort. More damage is done to the commercial institution, to the public properties, to the government properties than the life. Because so far we have the toll of around 75 people who have died because of this tragedy. But here in this entire range, it's only and only devastation. But there is also some good stories to share about the people of Himachal Pradesh. We are hearing several stories how people in those who have their resorts and hotels in Manali are helping out to the stranded. When in fact there are even people here who are running commercial institutions and other are offering best help to the stranded people, be it the tourist or the working one, anyone who are around. In fact, Soni ji, would you like to share your experience about what is happening in this area, particularly those who are stranded in Manali, Kullu, Bhuntar?
सब लोग परेशान हैं, बहुत सारे, और बहुत त्रासदी हुई है जो कि हमने इतने सालों के अंदर में नहीं देखा था. जो ये चीज़ हुआ है, मैंने तो खैर 1995 का देखा था, अब दोबारा देखा, ये उससे भी ज़्यादा तांडव का था.
मदद कैसे कर रहे हैं आप लोगों की जो यहाँ वहाँ फंसे हुए हैं कई सारे?
ऐसा है जी, यहाँ पर तो क्या है कि मनाली का पूरा कट ऑफ है, यहाँ से उधर हमारे पास जो आ रहे हैं, हमारे से जितना बन पड़ा है हम उनको हेल्प कर रहे हैं. और
one piece of information that I would like to give it to all the viewers, those who are concerned about their family members, those who are stranded in Manali, they are incommunicado because there is no mobile network, there is no mobile tower that is working at the moment, Preeti. But because of there are other facilities, since the authorities are in touch with each other, they are knocking every hotel, every door, they are ensuring there is a proper food, supplies, everything that is made available. And until unless there is a power backup restored, since all telecom towers are also devastated, that will be difficult, but they shouldn't really worry. There is no major loss of lives. People are safe there. Somehow the messages are being sent to them and they are being contacted by the authorities.
All right, Ashutosh, thank you for joining us there. My colleague Ashutosh reporting in Kulu. We're going to try and make our way to Manali, which still remains cut off, as well as areas like Kasol. I was talking to the Chief Minister a short while ago, and he actually told me that he's come in from an area, this place called Senj. It's on the Ot Banjar road. All roads are completely cut off, at least from the Kulu side. And he went in through a chopper, and word coming in from there that 2 villages of over 80 houses completely wiped out. All of that information right now filtering in. I want to cut across to Manjeet Sehgal, my colleague reporting from Mandi. Manjeet, things looked a little stable in Mandi this morning. What is the latest that you're picking up?
Well, Preeti, after facing the flood fury, now the government of Himachal Pradesh was facing the challenging task of the restoration of over 1,239 roads, including 3 important national highways. That also includes the Chandigarh-Manali National Highway or the Kalka-Shimla National Highway. Remember, the closure of these national highways and state roads has resulted in the stoppage of the lifeline, that is the State Transport Corporation buses, which are not plying on 1,400 routes. So life has come to a standstill. The state government has now appealed the National Highway Authority of India to restore traffic on all the national highways so that people who are stranded at various places can move places. Remember, as some roads, including the Chandigarh-Manali National Highway, can be restored within next 4 to 6 days, as there is huge rock slide at a place called 6 miles. The state government has now requisitioned Indian Air Force chopper to airlift the stranded passengers at Chandratal in Lohal and Spiti. So efforts are also on to restore the power and water supplies here in Mandi district. Many localities have plunged into the darkness as the power supplies have been hit hard, have been damaged by the floods. Preeti?
All right, Manjeet, appreciate you joining us. We're going to continue to track the latest that is coming in where Himachal is concerned. It might not look like what it did 2 days ago in terms of the frightening visuals of abject chaos, but right now is crucial. Relief and rescue starts now. Maybe not rescue as much, but relief. And where Himachal is concerned, over 4,000 crores of property completely washed away. Where infrastructure is concerned, waterworks, projects, all of them in ruins. Not very far off from where I am, the Larji Dam and the Larji Waterwork project. All of that has completely been washed away. So a huge task on hand where the government of Himachal is concerned, and the government of Himachal is already under 70,000 crore rupee debt. But what the government can do, we are telling you what the government has done. I'll ask Pawan to actually show you. There are so many of these tourists which are stranded. He's going to close into these tourists to get an understanding. They're completely helpless. They're actually sitting on these tempos, carriers, trying to get their way off, trying to get home. What the government can do is maybe create a help desk in various pockets, be it Kulu, be it Manali, be it, in tourist destinations. Keep creating these help desks so that they can at least go and, get some advice on how to get out of here, because there are no government buses which are plying, no public transport at all. I want to cut across right now to the national capital. The situation in the national capital, quite bleak. The water levels of the Yamuna have been rising. This is the latest.
बड़ा पाड़ा पुड़का बत्ती से कनेक्शन टूटा ये देखो बत्ती का कनेक्शन टूटा.
Cut across right now, my colleague Abhishek Anand joins us from Delhi. Abhishek, it stopped raining in Himachal. Relief and rescue operations on. In Delhi, the water levels of the Yamuna have steadily been rising. What's the latest today?
Well, Preeti, we are standing in front of India Gate, the VVIP area of Delhi, and a big cave-in is right in front of the India Gate. The road has caved in due to the seepage of water and the choke drains which led to water logging. And now look at the size of the caved-in road. and now the NDMC officials are working round the clock to clear the debris and fill this cave-in. And now you can see the domino effect of one cave-in, Preeti, right behind me. This is one of the main arteries, one of the main roads of Delhi, and it is now facing a massive traffic jam. You can see vehicles queued up right behind this caved-in road because of the two bottlenecks here. These are the two bottlenecks you can see. One is the right side of the road and the left side of the road.
Right.
The traffic police personnel are having a really hard time because of the VVIP movements are very frequent in this area. Over to you, Preeti.
All right, Abhishek, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. But that's the situation in Delhi. Also, an orange alert in parts of Uttarakhand. We're keeping a keen eye on the developments there. With that, a quick break to stay with us on the other side. An exclusive conversation with the Chief Minister of Himachal. He has his task cut out. He was in fact, he's going to be in Kullu tonight as well. He's camping out here, he tells me, to make sure that relief and rescue operations takes place on a wall footing. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Stock of the day, clearly on the Nifty at least, is Reliance Industries. The shares are up over 4% today. They've hit 52-week high levels. Now, this is as a reaction as the company has announced its fixing of the record date for the demerger of the financial services arm. Now, as part of the plan, the Reliance Industries shareholders will get one share of Jio Financial for every one share that they hold of Reliance Industries. I wanted to ask you, what are you making of this Jio Financial Services business? How will it really play out, and what kind of value unlocking can it really lead to for the Reliance Industries shareholders?
So I believe that there will be concentrated approach to the Jio Financial business because it is no more part of the the Reliance entire conglomerate, and being listed separately, I think it will provide another stock in the financial services to the investors at large who have not been holders of Reliance, and that to my mind is expected to drive the outperformance of the stock. We expect the stock to do very well and consolidate gains as it goes ahead.
Right, you did say that the stock is expected to do well. Now remember, the stock is already up about 24% from its lowest level this year. That was hit on March 24th of around 2200 and thereabout, and from that time a 24% surge already. How much more upside do you see on the Reliance Industries stock?
See, I look at it this way. We've seen dearth of information coming from the Reliance tables on any corporate action, and with this is the first where Jio Financial Services is being spawned out into a new baby. We will see multiple new disclosures coming in. So Reliance Retail is there. The Jio IPO can come in, and we could also see a lot of news flow on the green energy side. So I believe that the corporate actions will pick up frequency now, and that is expected to keep the stock firm and seek higher levels.
3,000, 3,100 levels. By when do you see Reliance Industries achieving these kind of levels?
So it could take a little more time than we expect, but difficult to put a finger on that. But I definitely think that it could happen by March itself.
practice. Schiaparelli's fall winter had a lot of shock factor on expected lines if the past is anything to go by. But this time it was beyond the shock factor into actual wearable art, as they would like to call it. This is wearable art according to Schiaparelli at the Haute Couture Week in Paris. Mirrored mosaic dresses, hand-painted bodies, and a black mohair tree gown. The runway was not short of drama. Cardi B was spotted in the front row in a theatrical work of couture. Now to Chanel and Bershine Biad. The showcase in front of the iconic Eiffel Tower was on the lines of Chanel's brand speak, sophisticated and simple. Thom Browne's new collection evoked dreamy vibe overall. Birds as hats, towering heels, dressed with bells, and Grace Elizabeth closing the show. The entire showcase was orchestrated, directed, put together to create this dreamy representation of couture and out-of-the-box creativity. Dior kept the collection close to its brand ethos. This time, the inspiration came from goddesses and feminine figures of antiquity. In a 180-degree turn, rather than sending models out in gowns, Victor and Rolf opted to transition its signatures into one-piece bathing suits and bikinis for its fall 2023 haute couture collection. So hello women, couture swimwear is here. Plus, one could not miss their shock factor, like this, and this, and even this. Happy 30th anniversary, Victor and Rolf. Take a bow, or should we say bow?
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
I have with me the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh. हमारे साथ हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश के चीफ मिनिस्टर. एक सर्वे करके आए हैं अभी जो सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्टेड डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, जो एपिसेंटर बन गया है, जो आपदा आई है हिमाचल प्रदेश पे. बहुत शुक्रिया सर कि आप हमसे बात कर रहे हैं. सीएम साहब, आप अभी एक सॉर्टी करके आए हैं हेलीकॉप्टर से, एरियल सर्वे किया है आपने. जो भी आपको भी इनपुट्स आ रहे हैं, लेटेस्ट फिगर्स क्या हैं, क्या सिचुएशन है?
देखिए, सबसे पहले हमारा जो कर्तव्य और दायित्व था वो था कि हमारे जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस था, जो पिछले कल हमने ख़त्म किया, अब जो हमारे लोग फंसे हुए उनको निकालने का है. पर इसी बीच हमें खबर मिली कि सैंज एक जगह है जहां रात को बहुत तेज फ्लड आया, सुबह भी फ्लड आया. उसमें तकरीबन 40 के करीब शॉप्स और 30 के करीब मकान जो है वाश अवे हो गए. तो मैं उस जगह तो लैंड किया. तो वहाँ स्थिति बड़ी अच्छी नहीं है। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात क्या हुई कि वहाँ कोई ह्यूमन लॉस नहीं हुआ। तो उस दृष्टि से अभी हमने उनको फौरी राहत पहुंचाने की बात की है। और दूसरी जो बात है, मैं उसके अलावा कसोल, खीरगंगा, पुलगा में मैं खुद एरियल सर्वे करके आया हूं और हमारी टीम ने ये पाया है कि हम आज शाम तक हम कसोल की सड़क को शुरुआत कर देंगे और वहां से तकरीबन 2000 के करीब टूरिस्ट वहां हैं, उनको हम निकालना स्टार्ट कर देंगे और कुछ को हमने स्टार्ट कर दिया है। दूसरा जो मनाली से कुल्लू वाला रोड है, उसमें भी हम वन वे ट्रैफिक को शुरू करने जा रहे हैं और वहाँ भी जितने पर्यटक हैं उनको भी हम निकालने का कार्य शुरू कर देंगे। चंदरताल में तकरीबन हमारे 200-300 के करीब पर्यटक वहाँ हैं और जब सवेरे हमारा हेलीकॉप्टर वहाँ गया था तो लैंड नहीं कर पाया क्योंकि एकदम वहाँ बर्फ होने लगी। मुझे अभी इस बात की खुशी है कि अभी वहाँ मौसम एकदम साफ है और 15 मिनट में हमारे जो 60 साल से ऊपर के जो लोग हैं, जो बच्चे हैं और जो महिलाएं हैं, उनको हम इवैक्यूएट करने की पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
ये
जी
हेलीकॉप्टर कितना अभी तक, अगर हम लॉस की बात करें सीएम साहब, तो ह्यूमन लाइफ और जो प्रॉपर्टी में है, अगर कुछ आंकड़े आ रहे हैं हमारे सामने? अब
देखिए, 50 साल में पहली बार पूरे प्रदेश में एक समान बारिश हुई। बरसात के मौसम में क्या होता था, जब पहाड़ों में बारिश होती थी तो निचले जो क्षेत्र थे उसमें कम बारिश होती थी और जो हमारे पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स बने हैं वो डैम लबालब भर गए और जब डैम से पानी छोड़ा जाता है तो बहुत नुकसान होता है। लेकिन 3 दिन कंटिन्यूटी में बारिश होने के बावजूद ये जैसे कुल्लू में हुई वैसे ही पूरे प्रदेश में, पंजाब के साथ लगता ऊना जिला है और चंडीगढ़ के साथ लगता बद्दी है, तो वहाँ तो पुल बह गए और उसका असर चंडीगढ़ में भी पड़ा। तो बहुत भयंकर बाढ़ आई है और तकरीबन 4000 के करीब हमारी संपत्ति का नुकसान हुआ है। कोई ऐसी पेयजल योजना नहीं है क्योंकि सभी जो पेयजल योजनाएं होती है हिमाचल में, पहाड़ों में, हिमाचल में नहीं पहाड़ों में, वो या तो नदी के किनारे बनी होती है या नालों के किनारे बनी होती है। जब ये नदी अपना रास्ता बदलती है, ये जब उसने अपना रास्ता बदला तो कई पेयजल योजनाओं को बहा कर लेगी। कुल्लू में तो पिछले 72 घंटे से बिजली नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ क्षेत्रों में पिछले कल हमने बिजली की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाई है क्योंकि पावर प्रोजेक्ट ही वाश अवे पूरा पानी भर गया है। मेरा ये मानना है कि आज हम कुल्लू में बिजली उपलब्ध करवा देंगे और शाम तक जो पानी की स्कीमें बह गई है उनमें किसी न किसी तरह लोगों को पानी पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे क्योंकि अब हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो पब्लिक यूटिलिटी की सर्विसेज है उनको रिस्टोर करना है।
जो लार्जी टनल है, जो पावर प्रोजेक्ट है, वो भी भर गया है, तो उसमें लोग थे क्या? क्योंकि बहुत सारे और अफवाहें भी इसमें बहुत हैं।
देखिए, सबसे अच्छी बात ये हुई कि ये दिन के समय बाढ़ आई है और जान माल का ये भगवान का शुक्र है, गॉड ग्रेस है कि अगर रात के समय आती तो आप अंदाजा लगा सकते थे कि कितनी ह्यूमन लॉस हो सकता था। तो लोगों को जैसे जैसे चेतावनी हमारे लोग देते रहे और वो लोग अपने घर छोड़कर, नदी के किनारे वाले घर छोड़कर बाहर निकल गए थे, तो जो नुकसान है वो कम हुआ है। लार्जी में पूरे पावर प्रोजेक्ट में पानी भर चुका है और पूरे जब पानी भरता तो उसके साथ सिल्ट भरती है
जी।
सिल्ट निकालने में काफी समय लगता है, तो जितना नुकसान हुआ उसको भरने में हिमाचल सरकार को काफी समय लगेगा। लेकिन अब प्रयास है कि जो एसेंशियल सर्विसेज है, जैसे पानी है, बिजली है और दूरसंचार की है, मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी की है, वो कनेक्टिविटी अभी पूरे क्षेत्रों में हम ठीक नहीं कर पाए। तो उस संदर्भ में मैं कोशिश ये कर रहा हूँ कि पहले खुद बैठकर कि किसी न किसी, अभी हम सैटेलाइट फोन को भिजवा रहे हैं हमें ये कनेक्टिविटी मिल जाए। और टेलीकॉम मिनिस्टर से भी मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ कि कम से कम सैटेलाइट के थ्रू हमारी कनेक्टिविटी कुछ जोड़ी जाए। इस दृष्टिकोण से भी हम काम करें।
सीएम साहब, क्योंकि इसमें जो मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी की बात करें, जो ओएफसी केबल है बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों से बह गया है। मनाली में नहीं है, कसौल में नहीं है, मणिकरण में हम कोशिश कर रहे थे, वहां पर भी किसी से कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है। तो बहुत लोग वरीड भी हैं कि उनके जो प्रियजन फंसे हुए हैं।
ये आपने बहुत अच्छी बात पूछी, क्योंकि जिनके प्रियजन पूछे उनमें से कईयों के फोन आपको भी आए होंगे और मुझे भी आए हैं। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि जिनके भी प्रियजन फंसे हैं और जो बाहर से कर रहे हैं वो सब ठीक ठाक है। सब लोगों के साथ हमारा सैटेलाइट फोन के साथ कनेक्ट होकर हमारा सब कुछ ठीक है। त्रिशूर के कुछ मेडिकल कॉलेज के बच्चे पढ़े हैं, 12 हमारे रशियंस हैं, 12 मलेशियंस है, 2 आरिश है, 1 अमेरिकन्स है। वो सब अपने होटलों में हैं। होटलों में खाने पीने का पूरा इंतजाम किया गया है और किसी की ऐसे पर्यटक की कोई ऐसी दुर्घटना होने की कोई भी संभावना अभी तक नहीं है। ये सबसे खुशी की बात है। तकरीबन कसौल जैसे एरिया में ही 2000 के करीब पर्यटक है। चंद्रताल में 300 के करीब पर्यटक है। पागल नाला और तेलगी नाला के बीच भी हमारे अब आवाजाही थोड़ी देर में हमने शुरू कर दी है। मनाली में काफ़ी पर्यटक है, तो सब वो सेफ है। और जिनके भी परिवार वाले चिंतित है, मैं आपके माध्यम से ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि वो सब ठीक है। और जिनके माता पिता भी गए हैं या जिनके बच्चे भी गए, वो सब सेफ है। आप थोड़ा समय दीजिए, क्योंकि पहाड़ जो लैंडस्लाइड हुआ है वो मैसिव लैंडस्लाइड है पूरी स्टेट में। हमने आज कोशिश ये है कि हमारी मंडी से लेकर ये रोड तो खुला है, लेकिन मंडी से कुल्लू वाला रोड जो है वो पूरी तरह बंद है। लेकिन हमने अल्टरनेट रोड निकाला है, उसके माध्यम से जा रहे हैं। हम कोशिश है कि जल्दी ही जैसे ही कसोल से आएंगे, पहले जो टूरिस्ट बसे हैं उनको हम घर पहुंचाएंगे और अपने लोकल को हम कह रहे हैं जो कि आप थोड़ा सा अभी बाहर ना जाना, ताकि पहले हम लोकल को एडजस्ट कर सकें।
सीएम साहब, आप कह रहे हैं ये 50 साल में सबसे वर्स्ट आपदा जो आई है इन टर्म्स ऑफ नेचुरल कैलामिटी बोल दीजिए। तो 93 में जो हुआ, 2003 में हुआ, फिर 2013 में हुआ, फिर अभी 2023 में हुआ है।
नहीं, ये उनसे सबसे अधिक
मानते हैं आप इसे। आपको लगता है सेंट्रल सरकार को इसको एक नेचुरल कैलामिटी का दर्जा देना चाहिए?
मैंने तो कहा है कि नेचुरल कैलामिटीज का दर्जा देना चाहिए, राष्ट्रीय आपदा कहा जाना चाहिए। क्योंकि इस समय बादल कई जगह फटे और कई जगह डैम ने भी अपने पानी खोले हैं। नुकसान, ब्रिज उड़ गए, रोड उड़ गए।
पहले से ज्यादा, इसीलिए ज्यादा है।
पहले से ज्यादा है, पर इसमें एक सबसे ज्यादा फायदा क्या हुआ कि इसमें ह्यूमन लॉस कम हुआ है, प्रॉपर्टी लॉस ज्यादा है, वेल्थ का लॉस ज्यादा है, संपत्ति का लॉस ज्यादा है, संपदा का लॉस ज्यादा। अब जैसे सैंज है, वहाँ 70 घर उड़ गए, लेकिन वहाँ ह्यूमन लॉस नहीं हुआ। वहाँ मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है। मैं अगर एरियल सर्विस आज मैं गया, उनसे मिला, तो मैं उसके आपको वीडियो बताऊंगा, तो उसमें भी आपको लगेगा कि ये नेचुरल है। इस दृष्टि से भी आप देखिए, तो इस बार जो प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान है वो बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है और रोड्स वॉश अवे हो गए हैं। आपकी पानी की स्कीम वॉश अवे हो गई है। घर इतने ज्यादा कभी नहीं हुए थे कि चाहे कोई भी बाढ़ आ जाए वो किसी न किसी तरह से बचे रहते थे। वो सबको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है।
बस 2 आखिरी सवाल पूछूंगी सीएम साहब। अब इसकी भरपाई हिमाचल सरकार कैसे करेगी? क्योंकि इतना ज्यादा जो डैमेज हुआ है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को, तो पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेसिकली क्रम्बल ही हो गया है आपकी स्टेट का। अब हिमाचल सरकार, वैसे ही जब आपने सरकार में आप आए थे सीएम, डेट बहुत है, 70,000 करोड़ का डेट है आपकी सरकार पर, जो आपने उठाया है पिछली सरकार से भी। तो कैसे इसकी भरपाई होगी? कैसे मतलब हिमाचल को फिर से रिक्रिएट कैसे किया जाएगा?
नहीं, 75,000 करोड़ का है।
75,000
10,000 करोड़ की लाइबिलिटीज है जो 7th पे कमीशन दिया है और इसकी मार और है। लेकिन मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं हिमाचल के लोगों का, जो लाइबिलिटीज वाले हमारे सरकारी कर्मचारी, ये एक ने आके भी ये मांगने की कि हमारे को जो एरियर दिया उसके पैसे दीजिए। और जिस भी आर्थिक तंगी से हम गुजर रहे हैं, आर्थिक बदहाली के दौर से हम गुजर रहे हैं, मेरा ये विश्वास है कि हम इस आपदा से भी निकलेंगे और इस आपदा से निकलने के लिए हम तुरंत प्रभाव से जो कार्य है वो कर रहे हैं। और मैं आपको एक और आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं ठीक है, अभी हमारी आर्थिक बदहाली है, आर्थिक तंगी है। हम चाहते हैं कि सोवरन स्टेट होने के बावजूद भारत सरकार भी हमारी दिल खोलकर मदद करे इस आपदा के समय, लेकिन हम अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। और मैं इस आपके चैनल से माध्यम से कह रहा हूं कि हम इस आपदा से भी निपटेंगे और जो आर्थिक तंगी अगले 4 सालों में हिमाचल प्रदेश अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होगा और 10 साल में हिंदुस्तान का सबसे समृद्धशाली, प्रॉस्पर्स और रिच स्टेट होगा।
सीएम साहब, आखिरी सवाल पूछूंगी। वो एक तो चलिए उसका एक पार्ट है जो पॉलिटिकली कनेक्टेड है, क्योंकि जो भाजपा वो कह रही है कि तैयारी नहीं थी, जो इसमें पहले थोड़ा सा कर सकते थे, पर आप कह रहे हैं कि आपकी वजह से आपके जो यहाँ पे कर्मचारी हैं उन्होंने सब किया, क्यों इसीलिए में भी ह्यूमन लॉस कम हुआ है।
देखिए, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा, जब कोई आपदा आती है उसकी तैयारी, बादल कहाँ फटता है। तो जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री साहब कह रहे थे उनको ये पूछना चाहिए कि अगर आपको ये पता था कि तैयारी, तो जो उनके क्षेत्र में थुनाग में बादल फटा है उसका पता लग जाता है। तैयारी 8 जून को हमारी पहली आपदा की मीटिंग थी। अगर तैयारी ना होती तो ह्यूमन लॉस सबसे ज्यादा होता। ये सरकार की ही तैयारी थी। वो इस समय राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं इसकी ज्यादा बात पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। इस समय हमें इस आपदा से निपटना है। मेरा तो अनुरोध उनसे भी रहेगा। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी हमसे बात की है, उन्होंने पूरी आश्वासन का मौका दिया है। अमित शाह जी ने भी बात की है। सभी लोग हमारी मदद कर रहे हैं। मैं इस राजनीतिक बयान पर जाना नहीं चाहता।
राजनीतिक, सीएम साहब, राजनीतिक से परे बस एक आखिरी सवाल है। आपको लगता है कि एक रीथिंक होना चाहिए अभी हिमाचल में, जो ओवर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, ओवर टूरिज्म है, ओवर बर्डन है जो स्टेट पे, जैसे जो शिमला डेवलपमेंट प्लान है उसमें थोड़ा रीथिंक होना चाहिए, आपको लगता है?
लेकिन जो हिल पर रहते ना लोग, उनको नुकसान नहीं होता, पर हर जगह प्लानिंग होनी चाहिए। आपको मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता हूँ, जब से हमारी गवर्नमेंट आई है, एक ट्रेडिशनल गवर्नमेंट चल रही थी 40 ईयर्स से। गुड गवर्नमेंट के लिए गुड गवर्नेंस का होना जरूरी है ना, अच्छे शासन के लिए अच्छे प्रशासन का होना जरूरी है। तो जो ये कह रहे तो हमने अभी कीर्तपुर मनाली में एक नोटिफिकेशन किया कि उसके 100 मीटर तक कोई भी अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन करना चाहता तो उसकी परमिशन आपको टाउन एंड कंट्री प्लानिंग से लेनी पड़ेगी। अब जो ये नदी के किनारे, नदी अपना भाव बदलेगी। हम कई बार सोचते कि नदी पर दूसरे कोने में चलेगी, ऐसा नहीं है। नदी जब बादल फटता है, जिस नदी की कैपेसिटी छोटी थी वो बड़ी हो जाती है बादल पड़ने से। तो हमें इस बारे में विस्तृत सोचना भी पड़ेगा कि नदी के किनारे से हमें कितना डिस्टेंस पर घर बनाना चाहिए, ताकि इस प्रकार की आपदा आ भी जाए तो उससे बचा जा सके।
सीएम साहब, सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू जी, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने हमसे बात की। गुड लक। एक तो बहुत सारा लक है जो हिमाचल को चाहिए, बहुत सारा प्यार चाहिए, इसको रिक्रिएट करना है, एंड वी विश कि ये आप कर पाएं और जल्द से जल्द हो पाए।
भगवान का ही शुक्रगुजार है कि जिंदगियां बची। पहले जो चुनाव थे उसमें, पहले जो बारिश आती थी, पहले जो आपदा आती थी, उसमें ह्यूमन लॉस बहुत होता था। इसमें ह्यूमन लॉस कैसे हुआ? बाढ़ के कारण नहीं हुआ, इसमें हुआ लैंडस्लाइड। ऊपर से लैंडस्लाइड आ गया, बाढ़ के नजदीक वाले घरों में नहीं हुआ, वो तो खाली करवा दिए। कोई किसी पहाड़ी में बसा हुआ, ऊपर से बादल फटा। बादल जब फटता तो बहुत तेज बारिश आती है, तो उसके कारण लैंड ह्यूमन लॉस हुआ। तो जो बाढ़ है, जो आपदा है, उससे कम हुआ और इसके कारण ज्यादा हुआ। लेकिन हम सब परिस्थितियों से निपटे हैं। आप बताइए कि अभी 24 घंटे 12 घंटे धूप निकले हुए हैं, हमने पूरी रोड्स को खोलने की कर दिया। इतनी जल्दी कौन करेगा? पूरे रोड हमने खोल दिया। आप भी पिछले कर पूछ रहे थे तो आप भी आज यहाँ पहुंचे। अब अभी मनाली वाला शाम को खुल जाएगा। तो जितना स्पीड अप हम काम कर सकते हैं, अपने हमारे पास जो सोर्सेज है उसके माध्यम से कर रहे हैं। ये बात ठीक है कि हमें अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स बनाने में, पानी की स्कीमें लगाने में, बिजली के नए कनेक्शंस को देने में काफी समय लगेगा।
गुड लक सर, थैंक यू सो मच कि आपने हमसे बात की। थैंक यू।
nature's fury. Monsoon mayhem. Man-made tragedy. Call it what you want. We have used these headlines many times over the last few years. Met Department scientists are pointing to the convergence of two weather systems, an unusual western disturbance and the normal monsoon winds. The result is this. Himachal Pradesh got 1,200% more rainfall than normal between Saturday and Sunday, and the deluge is continuing. Trucks and buses that weigh thousands of kilograms are swept away like toys. Bridges made of steel and concrete that survived decades of toil, carrying millions of vehicles, are falling apart. Modern highways are giving way in the face of landslides and floods. Houses are destroyed. Hundreds are stranded.
The flood water has entered the ground floor of these houses, but some residents are still living in these houses, just watching the damage caused to their properties.
Mandi, Manali, Kullu, all tourist hubs are badly affected.
यहाँ पे पहले आधी पार्किंग गई थी, अब पूरी चली गई है और अगर ये खार ऐसे लगती रही तो सारा के सारे बाजार को खतरा है। आगे हमारी बिल्डिंग्स भी हैं।
अभी भी सेफ नहीं है ये जगह, क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से पेड़ भी गिर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, रिवर बेड जो वो काट रही है, और तो सेफ तो जगह नहीं है ये बिल्कुल भी ना।
The government has advised citizens to stay indoors. What is unfolding in Himachal Pradesh is being described by experts as an extreme weather event. Something we have been seeing frequently in the last 10 years and could see more of in the coming years. Frequent floods, landslides, cyclones are a reminder that climate change is real. There is no denying it. With Manjeet Sehgal and Ashutosh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 89. In Mumbai, 97. In Kolkata, 42. In Bangalore, 58. In Chennai, 25. In Hyderabad, 70.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Now, while India has, for the past few months, taken a leadership position with its presidency of the G20, renowned economist and Columbia University professor Arvind Panagraya believes that the government needs to enforce a few reforms in tax and labor laws to truly capitalize on the opportunity. Here's an excerpt from his conversation with BTTV's Akanksha Chaturvedi.
Okay, so once again, what we are the particular aspect of demography that I see is the working age population. This is going to grow much bigger in India between now, between say 2021 to 2040, we are going to add about 150 million working age individuals, and these are the individuals we need to nurture. Good education. Clearly, our higher education system needs a lot of reforming. Hardly any reforms have actually happened because we are still being governed by the 1956 Act, the University Grants Commission Act. That certainly needs to be reformed in a number of different ways.
The whole demographic dividend can be utilized when the labor is skilled, the labor is, and that one way to that is through manufacturing. And India, and like you said, many people are expressing interest in India as an investment opportunity. We have G20, many corporate and global leaders coming in and expressing their interest in India. What reforms do you think from the policy end can make India more lucrative to investments or more lucrative to manufacturers to establish their hub in India, maybe move away from China, like what China did in the early 2010s or late 2000s? How do you think that India can tap onto that opportunity?
Yeah. So again, this is all about improving the ecosystem. One of the very important things that we need to do is ensure, give the potential investors a very stable tax regime. Our taxmen or taxwomen have the habit of, spring surprises at businesses. There is this enormous propensity to, find ways to raise more and more tax revenue. But when you do that, you scare away the businessmen. It is all fine to raise taxes, but the tax system should be very clear, transparent, so that when the business comes in and sees that, okay, these are the taxes I will owe, those are precisely the taxes that they end up owing, rather than being surprised by the tax departments knocking on their doors for taxes that were not clearly laid out in the system, or that the businesses did not anticipate while coming in and all. So that's one aspect. Infrastructure, which we are doing very well. I think, there's been fantastic expansion of infrastructure, and that's something that we need to continue to do.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Co-presented by
Macho Hand. Bade aaram se. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Who's responsible for the political violence witnessed in the West Bengal Panchayat elections? Why is there no violence when similar elections are held in states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Karnataka? Why is there so much violence taking place at this moment in Didi's Bengal? And what does this mean for the big Lok Sabha elections next year? All this and more is my top focus on the news track.
Violent Panchayat vote count. Crude bombs and chaos. Arrows and accusations fly. Blood politics escalates. Bengal showdown. Big focus on news track.
The West Bengal governor will be joining me live and exclusive on the news track in just a moment from now. Here's a look at the headlines today. Torrential rains wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. At least 72 are dead. Many roads still shut. Popular tourist spots still cut off. Home Minister hits out at the opposition after Supreme Court invalidates the third extension for the ED director. Shah says it doesn't matter who heads the probe agency. Action against cozy club of corrupt Dinis will continue. India Today accesses images cited as proof of sexual harassment against wrestling body chief. Delhi police charge sheet says Brij Bhushan Singh is liable to be persecuted and punished for molestation and stalking. Horrific collision on the Delhi-Meerut Expressway in Ghaziabad. School bus driving in the wrong direction rams into an SUV. 6 are killed, including 2 children. 3 days to go for the launch of Chandrayaan-3. ISRO conducts a launch rehearsal by simulating the entire process. I want to show you first and foremost the live counting tally from the West Bengal Panchayat polls. India Today's sister concern, Aaj Tak Bangla, has set up an elaborate counting desk in Kolkata, and we're tracking the numbers from all the 3 types of elections that are happening at this time. Remember, Panchayat elections held in different levels. So I'll start by showing you what's happening in the Gram Panchayat seats. Now there are 63,229 Gram Panchayats. Out of this, at this moment, the Trinamool Congress leading at 18,552. Remember, this is paper ballot counting, so it takes much longer than when EVMs are being polled. The BJP standing at 4,095, the Congress at 1,137, the CPM at 1,687. Let's now switch after the Gram Panchayat polls and take a look at what's happening in the Bengal Panchayat Samiti elections. A total of 9,730 Panchayat Samitis. Out of this, the Trinamool leading at this moment in 134, the BJP in 8, the Congress hasn't opened its account yet, the CPM in 6. So one-way traffic in favor of the Trinamool at 134. And last, let's take a look at the Zilla Parishad seats. The total of 928 Zilla Parishads. For the moment, the Trinamool leading in 10 of them, the BJP and the others yet to open their account. So it seems very strongly dominated by the Trinamool, but the charge of the opposition, which in this case includes the BJP and the Congress on the same side of the coin, is that this is being done at the barrel of a gun, that the TMC is bullying voters, intimidating them into ensuring that they vote for the Trinamool Congress. The TMC, of course, denies that charge. Violence continues as votes are counted for the West Bengal Panchayat elections, from crude bombs being hurled to arrows flying in clashes. Chaos ensued on counting day. At least 22 people have died in the last 4 days, and nearly 40 people have been killed since the local body polls were announced.
Bombs, lathis, arrows, ruckus. A tumultuous culmination to Panchayat elections in West Bengal. A harrowing display of unrest staining the vote count on Tuesday across the state. Some 40 people have been killed in clashes since the announcement of Panchayat elections early last month. The extent of violence on the voting day was such that a re-poll had to be ordered in nearly 700 booths. Disorder overshadowed Tuesday's vote count, as political parties continued to engage in accusations and counter-accusations.
चुनाव और हिंसा आज बंगाल में पर्यायवाची शब्द बने हुए हैं. 45 people have died as of today as far as the panchayat elections of 2023 in West Bengal is concerned. आप अगर अखबार पढ़ेंगे तो जिन शब्दों का प्रयोग सर्वाधिक किया गया है बंगाल के पंचायत के चुनावों को लेकर, वो शब्द है फायरिंग, गोलीबारी, बॉम्बिंग, बमबारी, बोगस वोटिंग, rigging.
Crude bombs went off outside a count center at Diamond Harbour. In Paschim Bardhaman district, political workers and local tribes employed arrows and bows. In several other areas, security forces used force to disperse unruly mobs.
We should realize that elections are not a ground to test one's physical strength. The election is to be fought by ballot, not bullet.
As the dust settles on the turbulent vote count in West Bengal, the echoes of violence serve as a grim reminder of the challenge faced in ensuring a peaceful, democratic process in the state. With Suryagni Roy and Ritik Mandal, Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive, to the Governor of West Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose, joining us on the news track. Mr. Bose, welcome. Governor, I want to start by asking you about your overall assessment of the violence in the Panchayat elections. We don't get to see such violence in other states. You've had an opportunity to do your own inspections. Who do you, Governor Bose, blame for the kind of brutal violence that West Bengal has seen in the build-up to the Panchayat elections and during counting, sir? Welcome.
What I saw in the ground, what I saw on ground zero is to be experienced, not explained. Pell-mell and mayhem. That is what was there in the areas of violence which I visited. I could visit only a few of those areas where human blood was shed in the name of election. All type of atrocities were there. People were killed, stabbed, knifed, bullets were showered on them. I could hear the sighs of the widows who lost their husband overnight. I could feel the tears of the mothers who saw their children being shot down in their presence. I could also feel the agony of those whose parents or children or relatives were shot dead on the road. There is nothing which can describe these atrocities that are heaped up there. This election has exposed the ugly underbelly of the miscreants who try to control the election process. I could also understand or experience the presence of the remote controllers, the political remote controllers who guide these miscreants in the field. This is something which should not have happened in Bengal. This is something which does not bring credit to anybody down the line. Violence has no place in democracy. Violence destroys the ethos of democracy. Violence replaces democracy with mobocracy. This cannot be done. A relentless fight against violence is to be done. That is a lesson which I got. That's a take home which I have from my field visits.
Governor Bose, you are blaming miscreants who are being remote controlled politically for this mobocracy. Who's controlling these miscreants? Who holds that remote control in your view?
That is something which has to be established by professional investigating agencies. That will be done and the truth will come out. We are in the process of trying to tackle this in the most democratic manner within the constitution, within the rule of law.
So you met with Home Minister Amit Shah during your visit to Delhi. What was the Home Minister's assessment of this political violence and the manner in which we've seen so many brutal killings during this poll process?
May I politely respond to that seminal question? What I, as governor, discusses with my constitutional colleagues, I am not able to reveal in the public domain. Once a decision is taken, I will appropriately convey it in the appropriate manner at the appropriate time.
You would have seen, Governor Bose, even though you are being very calibrated and measured in every word that you're seeing, a lot of the senior representatives from the Trinamool government have hit out at you, accusing you of having an agenda in favor of the central government, saying that you're moving around at a time when the election process is being held, and accusing you of acting at behest of the central government.
That is the beauty of democracy. Anybody has a right to express their views freely. I'm happy if some political parties criticize me. They are most welcome. I may not agree with their views. I will certainly uphold their right to say that. Now, the second question, part of your question, accusations are accusations. Let anybody accuse. I know my role as the constitutional head of the state. I will work within the Constitution of India. My first, second and third priority is the people. Whatever is guaranteed by the Constitution, right to life, right to vote, will be guaranteed. Whatever others say, I will be in the field. I will do my duty freely, fearlessly.
Governor Bose, 40 plus people have been killed in this West Bengal Panchayat poll cycle. What action are you promising to take against those who are responsible for these political murders?
Whatever action is warranted under the law of the land will be taken. Certainly, the guilty will be brought to book, and our effort is to see that violence is put in the coffin and the last nail is driven deep using the constitutional provisions and the legal provisions of this great country.
Why is this violence happening only in West Bengal? There were similar panchayat polls in a state even bigger, Uttar Pradesh, but we didn't see this kind of violence in the least in Uttar Pradesh when panchayat polls were happening. Why does so much violence happen only in the state of West Bengal, Governor?
Comparisons are odious. I would like to confine myself to West Bengal. Here alone I have a jurisdiction. There is violence here. That violence will be put out. That is my priority. For the time being, I am not here for a comparative exercise.
Finally, more counting is still left. The process hasn't been concluded. Are you confident that now there will be a semblance of normalcy, that this violence will end?
Today, when I went to the field, I found there is a definite change. I could see the central forces and also the Punjab police and the state police in sufficient numbers in the places where I visited. I think strict action will be taken. Certainly, we will do everything to see that there is not a repeat of what was there in the pre-poll days. We are vigilant. Public are vigilant. Let us see what happens. I am hopeful.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the Chief Minister of the state? What's Mamata Banerjee telling you about her expectations in terms of bringing this cycle of violence to a close, Governor?
I will try to bring all stakeholders together. This is a common enemy. What is relevant is not violence during election. What is relevant is violence. That has to be stemmed effectively, efficiently, and we should see to it that all action is taken through all means to suppress violence and make it a thing of the past. Those perpetrators of violence will be shown their place. They will be made to curse the day they were born.
You've been very deliberate and careful in what you've said and what you've left unsaid. You're promising to live up to your constitutional duty and be totally non-partisan in this process. We wish you all the very best, CV Ananda Bose, Governor of West Bengal, for joining me on the news track. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
That's the Governor of West Bengal live on the news track, being very careful in what he says, but the implicit messaging is clear. This kind of violence hasn't happened in other states. States like Uttar Pradesh, where you had a similarly gigantic panchayat poll process. There was hardly any stray incident of violence. Here there is mass violence, 40 plus people dead, images of ballot boxes being broken apart, ballot papers being flung around the fields. I mean, there's chaos in different parts of the state. Who is to blame for this cycle of violence? And what do these trends mean for the Lok Sabha elections of 2024? Do they mean anything at all, given that panchayat elections and national elections are quite different? To talk about this and more, I'm joined on this broadcast by Bishwajit Deb, spokesperson of the Trinamool, Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya, Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha of the CPIM, Syed Zafar Islam, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Jayanto Ghoshal is a consulting editor at India Today, and we've got Shikha Mukherjee, well-known columnist and senior journalist, joining us. I want to go across to Bishwajit Deb first, because implicit in what the governor said and didn't say, and in what we've seen in West Bengal, is the fact that this is a state being run by the Trinamool at this time, and only in this particular state and not in other states are we seeing this kind of violence. Law and order, sir, is your government's responsibility. If there is so much violence in East Bengal, ultimately the state government has to take responsibility because it's happening on your watch.
I'll come to what the governor has said after some time. But first let me tell you that the people's mandate had been with Mamata Banerjee. The people's blessings had been with Mamata Banerjee, with Abhishek Banerjee, and with All India Trinamool Congress. It reflected, today's results reflected that the people had full faith on Trinamool Congress, on Mamata Banerjee, and on Abhishek Banerjee. Now you see there are 63,000, more than 63,000 booths out of which only in 1% booth there were some incidents of violence, especially in Murshidabad, where Congress and CPIM created this violence, and 5 of our active leaders and workers, they died on the day of election in Murshidabad alone, and some happened in Kuch Bihar, where these incidents had been instigated by the BJP, and some incidents were there in South 24 Parganas instigated by the ISF. Now the problem is these sporadic incidents which led to deaths of not only the opposition but also the Trinamool Congress workers and leaders. You see what happened ultimately, the media projected, the section of the media projected that the entire state is in doldrums. The entire state is in a lawlessness situation. But that is not a fact. This is not the actual fact. You see, the people voted for Trinamool Congress. You cannot rig, you cannot create nuisance in 63,000 booths. People voted for Mamata Banerjee. People voted for Abhishek Banerjee. People voted for Trinamool Congress. This is the hard reality. This is the ground reality which the governor of West Bengal is not so understanding. Unfortunately, the governor of West Bengal is acting at the behest of his political masters. He is acting at the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And he just wanted to do and did whatever the BJP told him to do. Even during the time when the election campaign was over, at that time also he came out in the streets and he helped the opposition. This is not the role of a governor. He should understand that he is the constitutional head of the state and he has got his limits. He cannot cross his limits.
Okay.
And what
so
he is doing,
let me put that question to Syed Zafar Islam.
He has acted as a political leader. He has acted as a political leader. This is very unfortunate on the part of the government.
Syed Zafar Islam, the data on our screen coming from the West Bengal Panchayat polls suggest that the voters in these elections have yet again voted overwhelmingly in favor of the Trinamool. The TMC leader says that the poll violence is exaggerated, it's bad, but it's limited to certain pockets. It's not as if the state is in the grip of lawlessness like the BJP would have us believe. They're also accusing the governor, who was speaking to us moments before now, of acting as a pawn of the central government. Syed Zafar Islam.
Well, you did ask a question to the governor about the comparison between Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. Of course, he was not in a position because being a governor, he didn't make the comparison, but I can do that. You have seen how handsomely we have won in many states, not only in Uttar Pradesh, but many states in Panchayat elections. And how about, but did we use any kind of state machinery or for the police or threaten people, use goons to beat up people, use murdered people, political violence, resorted to political violence? None. We did none. We just went to the followed the electoral process, and the people have supported us purely because we had the confidence of the people, they had the confidence in the government and the governance model. But here, see the political violence. See all the people who have voted for the Trinamool Congress were frightened, because if they do not vote for PMC, then they will be targeted post the election result. Unfortunately, they complied with the threat with what the TMC had given to them, and they had to vote for TMC not because of they wanted to vote them, but because of the fear they have that they will be targeted by the TMC goons. We have seen it even after the state election, how people were targeted, those who had not voted for TMC. People may have...
Jayanto Ghoshal, you've seen many an election in West Bengal and elsewhere. When elections happen in Uttar Pradesh, back in the day, you would expect violence. Even in a state like Bihar, you'd expect lawlessness. Now, these states have progressed in a way that there's very sporadic incidents of violence, if at all. 40 political murders just during the Panchayat polls. This is unheard of. Why is there so much political violence in West Bengal at this moment? Who's to blame? Who's responsible, Jayanto?
Rahul, violence first, at the outset, we should condemn violence. And you know, there is unfortunately, for the last 40 years, I am an onlooker of West Bengal politics. DNA, political DNA of the Bengal. I am not saying that Bengalis are violent. That will be sweeping generalization. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. But there is a political culture of violence, and this time it has become a commercialization of violence for the electoral and political gain. I am remembering I mean just recalling that the Aaj Tak special story, it's a brilliant story, that the bomb merchants of Bengal, they are saying, I am not in a party. I am selling the bombs and the rifles, and we are independent. Earlier they used to bring it from the Munger, Bihar. Now West Bengal has become independent and we are manufacturing and you can buy. And both the parties, the opposition and the ruling parties, they are buying. Why? TMC is buying to remain in power. BJP is buying to gain the power. So it has become a political culture. But one thing is very important, that when CPM was in power, after some time, the killing of CPM workers also started, because that time we used to call it Pratirod. The combative politics started because Trinamool started getting the political space against CPM. Now the history is repeating history. You have to give the share to the devil also. Bishwajit Dev is a very good friend of mine. He's a brilliant spokesperson, but he cannot say that Congress, when Siddharth Shankar Rai, the goons of Congress shifted to CPM and the CPM goons shifted to the political power hierarchy of TMC, and it has become a system in West Bengal because it's a socio-economic factors are there. If you cannot provide the industry, if you cannot give the white collar job, in Panchayat Pradhan he gets 6,000 rupees, but that is not the issue. But the central projects, the state projects, lot of monies, and there is a socio-economic pathos in Bengal, and they are getting something from Panchayat.
Do you buy this?
Everybody wants to be the part of
do you
this
buy
Panchayat
this
election.
argument, Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya, that this is part of a political culture spawned by the left during your rule, that when the Trinamool was getting stronger, we saw a similar pushback. Even at that time, there was violence when the left was weakening and the TMC was getting stronger. Now, as the BJP gains ground, again, we are seeing this brutal cycle of violence. It's part of the political DNA, Jayant Ghoshal claims, of West Bengal.
I reject this idea. I do not subscribe this theory. This theory is really making this situation worse than what this situation needs to be explained. Here in West Bengal, during left front regime, during the election, the opposition used to get more than 40% of vote. Therefore, they cannot say that there was a violence in the election. But there were killings, no doubt about it. The killings was on the political note, but the economical issues. When the left front government initiated land reforms, the land losers got the land, and the land sharks, they have lost the right of their land, and they started creating this sort of disturbance, and they took shelter of violence to these landlooters to get out of their land rights. During the left front regime, the workers had their right to movement, they had the right to strike, and the police was not allowed to intervene. Then the company or the capital, they used to hire the goons to kill the workers. There was the killing of the workers, and the goons were hired by the capital. That was the situation where unfortunately the killings were there. That was purely on the question of socio condition of change of correlation of powers. But Trinamool, after coming to power with the assistance of the capital and all the reactionary forces, they have taken it that no democratic right is to be exercised, allowed to be exercised. Not even a college election, not even a cooperative election. Everywhere Trinamool goons will let their goons free and prevent the...
Shikha Mukherjee, who are you blaming? You've seen many elections in West Bengal. For this current round of political violence, who do you blame? Who's more responsible, ma'am?
You have to accept that.
Well, I think that who is more responsible? Obviously, whoever the party which has the maximum number of biggest organization is responsible because they have more people on the ground. However, I am entirely in agreement with Jayanto that all political parties are equally responsible for the kind of intensification and the nature of the attacks that have happened. This intensity is something disturbing, and the political parties need to work it out how they're going to end this intensive violence, which not only has killed 40 people, but it has it has shifted the way in which violence has earlier been. We have recorded the violence in the past.
No, what's the difference? You've seen political violence in the past. What's the difference between earlier and now?
Oh, I'll tell you, the kind of it's a free for all. Earlier there was a reason why these because what says is right. Earlier there was a clash of certain ideas. Here it is a clash only for area domination, only for the purposes of defending a piece of turf from encroachment by somebody else. And Rahul, let me put it to you like this. You will hear, I've been hearing throughout the day, I've been hearing for some time, over the last 4 days, that the violence has been confined to certain areas, certain districts. West Bengal has 20 districts. The violence has been confined to high degree levels of violence have been confined to certain districts. I agree with that. And then if you look at it, you take a political map of the districts of West Bengal, where which party is dominating is very clear. And then you superimpose this violence map. And what you see is striking. There is a convergence which is striking. In other words, there are people defending the turf. There are people encroaching on that turf, and between the two, there seems to be an all-out war to contain.
Let Bishwajit Deb respond to that. Essentially, you're being very guarded in what you're saying, but here's essentially what you're saying, that the Trinamool is holding on to turf, the BJP is trying to get on to that turf, which is why we're seeing this push.
It varies from district to district.
And in some cases, where the Congress is stronger, like in Murshidabad, we're seeing a violence of a different kind. And in some places, we're seeing the ISF and the CPIM part of the violence as well.
You see, we condemn any type of violence whatsoever. But the politics of violence has been in Bengal since the days of the left front regime. Since the left front came to power in 1977, thereafter you will see each and every violence, every election was an election of bloodbath. Each and every election we witnessed.
No, but you promised, Koriborthan, you promised that you would be different. How can you hark back to the bloody days of the left and say it happened then, it's happening now, it's no big deal? That's what you promised to change.
Please let me finish.
Okay.
This is not I am just citing the example. But what I would like to say is this. The same thing has been followed by the left now, and they have perpetrated this violence along with BJP and ISF. In Bengal, the situation is different. In Bengal, it is a combination of the opposition parties together. The left, the CPI, the left, the Congress, ISF and BJP. It's a combined opposition against the Trinamool Congress. They don't even follow the rule of law, and that is why these incidents have happened. Now coming to the question, you see, BJP gave a slogan, no vote to Mamata. Now our leader Abhishek Banerjee today tweeted, now vote for Mamata. And this is exactly what has happened in Bengal. Bengal has voted for Mamata Banerjee. Bengal has voted for All India Trinamool Congress. Bengal has voted for Abhishek Banerjee. The thing is this, you see, opposition parties must understand one particular thing, that they don't have any base, they don't have any public support. Public support is with All India Trinamool Congress because of the development work, since the last 12 years, which has been done by Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee did Kanyasri, Mamata Banerjee did Khaddashati, Mamata Banerjee did Students' Credit Card, Mamata Banerjee did Lakshmi Bhandar, whatever commitment did was
okay.
there.
So you're trying to
Each
shift
and every
attention away
commitment was fulfilled.
from the
And
violence
grassroots
to
level
the messaging from this election. I want to put that question to Jayanto Ghoshal. What impact do you think, if at all, this panchayat result will have on the 2024 elections? Typically, state governments tend to do well in local body polls. Lok Sabha elections are different. The Trinamool says this is proof that we'll win 2024. Is it? Jayanto Ghoshal.
Yeah, I quickly I will respond, but before that, I just want to mention one sentence to Bikasda, our beloved Bikasda. He was a very good mayor of West Bengal. When I was speaking on the CPM's goons and the lumpen proletariat of the Communist Party, then this Buddhadev Bhattacharya and Bikasda, they didn't promote. There is a tale of two CPM. And the CPM, the Gun CPM dominated, and that's why the exit happened. And till today, if CPM is not ready to accept that fact, the future of CPM is also will be deplorable. Anyway, the future of 2024, the point number one, the control over the masses, the mass connectivity, still number one is Mamata Banerjee. You have to accept the fact, and the BJP top brush also, they accept this fact. As a journalist, I know that. And that's why they are trying to get that space, and gradually BJP is improving. 2019, 2020, 21, BJP got defeated, but the percentage of vote is increasing. Today's vote also, I was watching whether left parties will be the number 2 party or not. Left could not, BJP became number 2. So now the fight is number 1 in 2024, the control of Mamata Banerjee and BJP's organizational control. You have to accept, if there is an organizational strength in Subhendu's area, Nandigram, how BJP got victory? Today, Nandigram, Subhendu Adhikari got the victory in his block. And Arabul defeated Trinamool leader, Diden Musselman. Why? So there is some space. Now, how BJP will, under which leadership, there are a lot of pitfalls, there are a lot of fault lines. And the last point is, Lok Sabha election is the election of Narendra Modi, who is still, I believe, the most popular leader of this country.
Okay, let Syed Zafar Islam respond to what you're saying, that this panchayat election shows that Mamata Banerjee's popularity is undiminished.
Rahul, one sentence.
Okay, one sentence.
Panchayat is controlled by West Bengal government. Panchayat election is State Election Commission. Panchayat election is the BDO's election. So you cannot compare. The exact consequence will follow in Lok Sabha election
Rahul, can you just repeat the question, please?
But still BJP.
Okay, Syed Zafar Islam, here's my question. This poll shows that Mamata Banerjee is still popular in West Bengal. If you're hoping that after her assembly election victory, her popularity would crash, the BJP was making many claims of doing much better than it actually has. So it can be argued that while you've gained some ground and become the lead opposition party, you are still only the lead opposition party and nowhere close to being able to unseat Mamata Banerjee yet.
Well, Rahul, two things. When we are talking about 2024 and we are talking about the state assembly election, I think state assembly election we have demonstrated that we are number 2 party. Our vote percentage has significantly improved. Of course, we didn't win that many seats, but in terms of percentage of vote, significantly improvement was there in case of BJP, and we are moving ahead. As far as the 2024 election, we will certainly win. We had 18 seats last time out of 40. This time we are very confident that we will definitely win more than 25 seats. And we have many of the, even TMC, our friend from TMC, they do speak that this time Bharatiya Janata Party will be the single largest gainer when it comes to 2024 poll in West Bengal, and nothing less than 2025, nothing less than 25 seats. And when I heard the spokesperson of TMC when he was talking about that the popularity of Mamata Banerjee and the people who have voted for TMC, actually their force is not out of their will and willingness they have voted for TMC, but out of fear and they have been forced. But when the central military forces will be there and free and fair election will be conducted, you will see the outcomes will be very different.
Shikha Mukherjee, your sense of whether this result has any bearing on the 2024 elections?
I think the results do have a bearing on the 2024 elections. Look at the situation in 2019. Yes, Mr. Modi, popularity and his charisma worked in West Bengal. It delivered 18 seats out of 42 to the BJP. This is something that Mamata Banerjee has been targeting from 2019. It is her single-minded aim to get that number down. The panchayat election is one way of getting an organization fighting fit to take on the 2024 challenge. And let me also say this, that regardless of the BJP's opinion or that of other people, the BJP organization in West Bengal is weak. The BJP, in personal conversations, does admit it. In some districts, it is particularly weak. In some others, it is not so weak. But if you look at what the Trinamool has been doing through this panchayat election result, you will realize that the BJP's domains, BJP's turf has been targeted, and Mamata Banerjee has been determined to make headway, and she has successfully done it in quite a few places.
Okay, you've heard differing perspectives. One, of course, the Trinamool being able to...
The bottom line is very simple, Rahul.
Yes.
The bottom line is 2024 is what Mamata Banerjee was aiming at. 2024 is where all this panchayat election results are going to make a difference.
Well, but 2024 is also when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket, and that makes a difference. It's not Mamata Banerjee versus local BJP leaders, it's Mamata Banerjee versus the Prime Minister. And in that context, the voters of West Bengal need to decide what they think is the most sensible option for them. We will track what happens on day 2 of counting. I want to thank our guests for joining us on Aaj Tak Bangla and across the India Today network. We'll keep giving you live counting results as they keep coming in. Slipping into a quick break. When we come back, Himachal Pradesh ravaged by rain fury, roads still shut, tourist spots cut off. Multiple ground reports coming up on the other side of a very quick break.
Quality today. In Delhi, 89. In Mumbai, 97. In Kolkata, 42. In Bangalore, 58. In Chennai, 25. In Hyderabad, 70.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You're on board the news track. Torrential rains and landslides have claimed at least 72 lives in Himachal Pradesh. Flash floods have led to massive destruction. Major rivers continue to be in spate. Chief Minister Sukhwinder Sukhu conducted an aerial survey today. Major roads, highways and tourist spots still remain cut off.
Days of relentless rains leave a trail of destruction across Himachal Pradesh. Flash floods swept away roads and smashed bridges. Landslides and floods have forced closure of around 800 roads in the state. A stretch on the Manali-Chandigarh highway was washed away. The Shimla-Kinnaur road is closed for vehicular traffic. Many towns and villages are totally cut off. Kulu is among the worst hit regions.
Line by line, you can see how these buildings have swept away. This was the area where we are being told 4 shops right there were swept away yesterday. 6 were swept away the day before. Lots of residential building. An entire hotel was also swept away by the waters of the Beas.
Water in and around Panchvaktra temple receded. The shrine was submerged completely for the last 2 days.
It all started from Sunday afternoon, and here being Monday, the first auspicious day in the month of Shravan, it was expected to have a huge footfall, not just in thousands, but over the weeks, lakhs of people were expected to arrive at this holy shrine of Lord Shiva, as this Panchmukhi temple, also giving name to Mandi as a Choti Kashi. Yes, and look at this, that's the structure. All you see, this entire landscape is covered with a very thick layer of sand only, literally looking like an island.
People in Mandi got some respite as water has receded.
These houses were submerged up to 20 feet till Monday, but the respite has come as the rains have stopped. Now the flood water has started receding, and now we can see that all the stories of this house are now visible. As far as the damage is concerned, in Mandi alone, nearly 113 houses were partially damaged, and the people who were living in these houses have been moved to the safer places.
आज तो राहत भरा समाचार है कि आज मौसम ठीक है और नदियों का उफान भी थोड़ा लेवल डाउन हुआ है, तो रिलीफ एंड रेस्टोरेशन वर्क के लिए आज समय मिला है।
People are eager to return to normal life. These migrant laborers are heading to Kullu and Manali hoping to rejoin work.
कहाँ जा रहे हैं आप लोग?
कुल्लू मनाली।
क्यों?
सेब टूरने काम करने के लिए जा रहे हैं अभी तो।
वहाँ तो पता है ना नुकसान हुआ, तो फिर कैसे पैदल ही जा रहे हो?
हाँ, तो अभी तो अब गाड़ी नहीं चल रहा है।
कहाँ रुके थे इतने दिन?
इतने दिन आ रहे हैं हम लोग।
कहाँ से?
नेपाल से।
नेपाल से यहाँ कैसे पहुँचे?
गाड़ी तक।
Chief Minister Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu took an aerial survey of the flood-ravaged regions. But the worst may not be over yet. The IMD has issued a red alert and flash floods warning in 7 districts, including Kullu and Mandi, for the next 24 hours. With Preeti Chaudhary and Ashutosh Mishra in Kullu and Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Tomatoes, an essential ingredient in every dish. The vegetable now costs 120 to 160 rupees per kg depending on where you are, forcing households across the country to drop tomatoes from their shopping lists.
रसोई पर कितना फर्क पड़ता है?
बहुत फर्क पड़ा है। रसोई पर जिसको 1 किलो ले जाना था वो आधा किलो 250 ग्राम लेके काम चला रहा है। गरीब जनता क्या करे?
In Patna, locals are blaming the black marketing for the inflation.
इसमें कुछ व्यापारी लोग की कालाबाजारी भी है और इसमें सरकार की कमी भी है। सरकार को चाहिए कि किस दर से कौन सी बिकना चाहिए, उस पर नियम लागू करना चाहिए।
The situation is no different in Jammu, where vegetable vendors rue the fall in sales due to high prices.
पीछे से बाढ़ से माल सड़ गया सारे, तभी महंगा हुआ अभी।
अच्छा, तो अमूमन जो ग्राहक आते थे आपके पास, जब दाम सामान्य थे, नॉर्मल रेट थे, तब कितना किलोग्राम लेता था हर कोई?
किलो 2 किलो लेते थे।
In the national capital, the price of tomatoes have risen to 160 rupees per kg.
एक तो फसल कमजोर है। इस समय जो टमाटर चलता है सिर्फ और सिर्फ हिमाचल का टमाटर चलता है और अब बेंगलोर का टमाटर शुरू हो चुका है, लेकिन अभी भी 20-25 दिन टमाटर नीचे होते हुए नजर नहीं आएगा।
Down south, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister shared a review meeting and took stock of the prevailing situation. The tomato prices are skyrocketing after a crash in prices in April. The months of April and May also saw pest attacks. These two factors forced farmers to abandon tomato crop, which has now led to a shortage in supply. Experts say tomato prices could take time to stabilize. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 24 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees.
had a breakthrough with skinny pens. The Ozempic shots meant for the treatment of type 2 diabetes is being used off-label to reduce weight. These shots are hard to obtain but have the ability to help you shed those pounds. The drug was never meant to be used for that purpose in the first place. It gives myriad of side effects to those taking it for weight loss. They include diarrhea, constipation, tummy aches, nausea, vomiting, amongst many others. Many already know this. Now a pill form of Ozempic is on the horizon. On 25th of June, researchers presented data in 2 studies at the American Diabetes Association Scientific Sessions Conference. One study showed 50 milligrams of semaglutide, the active compound in Ozempic and Wegovy, taken orally each day is roughly as effective as weekly Wegovy shots in reducing weight in people who are overweight or obese. Wegovy injections contain 2.4 milligrams of semaglutide. Wegovy has been approved to treat obesity since 2021. It's the same drug as diabetes medication Ozempic, just at a higher dose. Concerns now loom large on its unintended consequences as more people would seem to prefer pills over the injections for weight loss.
What is important to know is that semaglutide is a good option for people, who have diabetes, who have obesity, or who are overweight and need to lose weight. But it is not a good option for everyone, and it is important that whoever takes this pill, they take it under medical supervision, and then, decide whether they meet the criteria or not.
We have to practice ethical medicine for it to be beneficial for everybody, and keeping in mind the risks and the benefits. So I do think it's a new kid on the block. I do think it'll be successful in the future. We just need some more information for it.
The injectable liquid form of semaglutide is directly shot into the belly with very small needle dispatch at the click of a pen once a week. One can take it with or without food. Oral semaglutide is supposed to be swallowed and not injected. Patients must have an empty stomach when they take it along with water. Doctors are extremely worried. Having a poppable pill available for weight loss could perhaps lead to an abuse of the drug.
This is a drug that at times can increase the risk of thyroid C-cell cancer. It can increase the risk of pancreatitis or inflammation of the pancreas. It can increase the risk of kidney problems. So it's not an option for everyone. It can increase the risk of causing hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar, since it is a diabetes drug.
From the miracle of 1983 to becoming the first-time host in 1987.
The More versus Miadad of 1992 to the Prasad versus Amir Sohail of 1996.
And then, of course, the high of 2011 with Mahendra Singh Dhoni finishing it off in style.
He finishes off in style. A magnificent strike into the crowd. India lift the World Cup after 28 years.
Relive India's journey at the Cricket World Cup from 1983 to the last edition in 2019 with me, Rajdeep Sardesai.
And me, Nikhil Nas. World Cup Rewind at these times on India Today.
So sorry.
हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, गैरों में कहाँ दम था। हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, गैरों में कहाँ दम था। मेरी पार्टी ही तोड़ी तब, जब चुनाव में वक्त कम था।
मुझे आपका दर्द समझ में आता है। मुझे आपका दर्द समझ में आता है। अपनों के धोखे से इंसान संभल नहीं पाता है। आप और हम एक जैसे हैं। हम दोनों का बगावत का नाता है।
हैं और भी दुनिया में चाणक्य बड़े अच्छे, हैं और भी दुनिया में चाणक्य बड़े अच्छे। कहते हैं अमित शाह का अंदाजे बयान और है, कहते हैं अमित शाह का अंदाजे बयान और आधा बढ़ जाए।
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Mumbai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 40. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 53. Bhopal is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 18. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 65. Delhi is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 83. Srinagar is at 31 degrees Celsius with AQI being 56. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 43. Patna is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 36. Kolkata is at 35 degrees with an AQI of 47. Hyderabad is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 49. Bangalore is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 32. Chennai is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 36. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by Watcho OTT Super App.
One hai to done hai.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Tuesday night. This is your destination for news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point is coming from Bengal, where the Panchayat polls have raised the big question. Is Bengal today the epicenter of political violence in the country? Or with victory in sight, does Mamata Banerjee remain Bengal's Neta number one? We'll have a focus on Bengal, but we have lots of other stories for you tonight. Let's tell you the stories tonight. The Supreme Court strikes down Enforcement Director S.K. Mishra's third extension, calls it illegal. Opposition hails the judgment. Home Minister Amit Shah insists judgment is not an indictment of the government. India Today accesses images cited as proof of sexual harassment against wrestling body chief. Delhi police charge sheet says Brij Bhushan Singh liable to be prosecuted, punished for sexual assault. Ruling Trinamool Congress set to sweep the Bengal Panchayat polls. BJP claims polls have been rigged as violent clashes mar counting day. Torrential rains continue to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. At least 72 people dead. Many roads still shut. Popular tourist spots like Kulu cut off. Supreme Court to hold daily hearings on the abrogation of Article 370 from the 2nd of August. Top court strikes down centre's affidavit claiming stability, says no bearing on the constitutional challenge before the court. Chaos erupts in the Karnataka Assembly over a Jain seer's murder. BJP demands a CBI probe. Delegation to meet the governor on Wednesday. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says fair probe underway. 2 arrests have been made. Horrific collision on the Delhi-Meerut Expressway in Ghaziabad. School bus driving in the wrong direction rams into an SUV. 6 killed, including 2 children. Another cheetah brought from South Africa, Tejas, dies in the Kuno National Park. Total of 7 cheetah deaths so far in just 9 months. 3 days to go for the launch of Chandrayaan-3. ISRO conducts a launch rehearsal by simulating the entire process. Chandrayaan-3 to take flight on the 14th of July.